How are you feeling? How long have you been here?
3 months, May 17th.
And what brought you?
That's difficult to answer.
Eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital.
That's difficult to answer.
is the end. There's a noise inside my head of crying people facing death. Is this the end? Is this the end? I'm burning in the stone. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the stone. This is the final line. What have we done to the world? What have we done to the world? I'm burning in the stone. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the stone. This is the final sweet dreams are made of these. Who am I to disagree? Travel the world and the seven seas. Everybody's looking for something. Some of them want to use you. Some of them want to get used by you. Some of them want to use you. Some of them want to be out you.
Won't anybody help us? What are we running for? When there's nowhere we can run to anymore. We can't afford to be innocent. Stand up and face the enemy. It's a do or die situation. We will be invincible. And with the power of conviction, there is no sacrifice. It's a do or die situation. We will be invincible.
Who the fuck is Karlyn? She's just some sweet lady. She's like in a knitting. She does like a knitting stream. She's like a knitting YouTuber. She does knitting.
Can we grow up a little bit and
Alt
not
Girl
be
sent $200.
retarded?
Have you
Please.
seen the work of Karlyn Borysenko? Anti-commie cult leader and is obsessed with looking at what actual far-left communists are talking about and organizing today, infiltrating them. They infiltrated the universities, schools, media. She has the receipts to back it up. Primary source evidence. Infestation is dire and she calls Republicans idiots eating slop. Agree.
Thank you for the big super chat. Yeah, oh, I know Karlyn B. She's solid. She's funny. I
The
like
Great
her.
Noticer sent $200.
Literally.
So
not
it's,
Ian.
it's not a because I haven't dangled my junk into the combat zone on purpose to get some camera footage. But that's the big part of what's the
Is
problem.
that what you call reporting?
Go
and live
under if
streaming?
you're going to do it.
Yeah,
go
seriously.
undercover. Otherwise, you're wearing a hunk of meat in a lion's den. Nick Shirley, I love you. Take care of yourself, man. Karlyn Borysenko went undercover. Do stuff like that. Like if you want to expose this thing, don't pariah, please.
But Ian, here's and I agree with you to an extent.
I watch these streams, and I've been watching a self-professed fascist named Karlyn, who drinks and basically roasts these live streams. But weirdly, she has apparently embedded herself with Antifa before, and so it's such a funny stream because like,
so they tolerate her?
Oh no, not anymore. She like, no. She's like, I mean, I don't know if she's trolling or not, but on her stream, she's like, I am a fascist.
Right.
So she's proudly proclaiming she's a fascist. I don't know how much of that is trolling, how much of it is real, but conservatives who are drawn to her stream will say things like, these people are funded by George Soros. And it's the funniest thing because she gets so mad. And she's like, get off fucking Fox News. Stop watching that shit. It's all wrong. Do these people look funded? Do these people look like they have money? They're not funded. It's so, and I guess her bigger point is by saying these are funded agitators and not saying what they actually are, which is anti-capitalist revolutionaries, you dilute what's really happening. Because what's really happening, according to her, and I think a fair amount of people, is that the economy is so fucked. The middle class is diminishing so much. The cost of living is so high that this is the perfect soil you need if you wanted communism to grow anywhere.
Weil der Mensch ein Mensch ist, drum braucht was zum Essen, bitte sehr. Es macht ihn ein Geschwätz nicht satt, das schafft kein Essen her. Drum links, 2, 3, drum links, 2, 3, wo dein Platz genossen ist, weil ich heim in die Arbeit einweist und weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist. Und weil der Mensch ein Mensch ist, drum hat der Stiefel im Gesicht nicht gern. Er will unter sich keinen Sklaven sehen und über sich keinen Herrn. Drum links 2, 3, drum links 2, 3, und ein Platz genossen ist, weil ich heim in die Arbeiter einweist und weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist. Und weil der Prolet ein Prolet ist, drum wird ihn kein anderer befreien. Es kann die Befreiung der Arbeiter nur das Werk der Arbeiter sein. Drum links 2, 3, drum links 2, 3, und ein Platz genossen ist, weil ich heim in die Arbeiter einweist und weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist.
Здравствуйте, comrades. Welcome to Socialism Saturday. Socialism Saturday is when we watch the real far left, the farthest of the far left, the most dystopian of the dystopian. We are not watching Democrats, liberals, or progressives tonight on Socialism Saturday because Democrats, liberals, and progressives, no matter how much conservative retards scream it on Twitter, Democrats, liberals, and progressives are not real socialists and communists. We are watching the people who have pushed every crazy idea into our society today. If you want to know who does critical race theory and anti-racist education in schools, it's the people we watch on Socialism Saturday. If you want to know who's doing gender ideology, queer theory, teaching your kids that gender doesn't exist, drag queen story hour, guess what? It's the people we watch on Socialism Saturday. If you want to know who's doing climate change activism, environmental justice, pro-Palestine activism, abolish the police, anti-ICE activism, whatever activism, whatever protest, whatever violence, whatever Antifa nonsense, it is always and perpetually the people that we watch on Socialism Saturday. If you want to know what the real far left is doing, what they believe, what they're up to, how they're organizing, there is one person on the internet that is streaming you that content that is not a socialist and communist, and that's me. That's me. We're the only ones who watch this stuff. We're the only ones who study this stuff. And that's why when you come to my channel, you know more about what is going on the internet than literally every right-wing conservative pundit, journalist, and commentator pretending to fight communism when they don't even know what real communism looks like. We got a couple super chats so far. We got K in the blue with a super sticker. Appreciate that. We got Deets in with the $2, some rubles to buy bread and vodka. Thank you guys for that. I do appreciate it, guys. We do have a channel membership goal tonight because I am doing a class tonight. Socialism Saturday is a class. We are going to go and watch real radical revolutionary socialist content. We are watching the content that they make to share with each other. We are watching the content they use to educate each other. This content is not made for people like us. This is made to attract and educate people on the radical revolutionary far left. And we are going to take the time to listen to a whole bunch of their content tonight, break down the language, break down the ideology. You don't have to take my word for anything ever. In fact, don't trust anyone on the internet. Don't trust me, because I will just show you their content. You don't have to believe a single thing I say. You can hear it coming directly from far left activists based on their own content. So there's no need to do pinky swear. Trust me, bro. I'm going to show you what's really going on. W to Dan, starting us off tonight on our way towards our channel membership goal. Guys, as a reminder, once we meet our channel membership goal, not only will I be much happier and much less inclined to yell, but I'll stop asking for money. I will be asking for money the entire stream until we meet that channel membership goal. No one wants that. I don't want that. You don't want that. But the fact of the matter is, guys, I am 100% independently funded to do this. The only reason I can host classes on the internet multiple days a week to teach people about the far left, to expose the far left, to show you their content, to break down the language so that you can understand it, to run a college level class almost every single day of the week. The only way I can do this is to be independently funded by people like you. Because the conservative establishment doesn't like me that much. My content completely disrupts their narrative. The leftist establishment obviously wants nothing to do with me. That's fine. But the fact of the matter is I don't work for any political organizations. I have no political narrative. I'm not even a part of any political tribe. They all suck. I don't belong to any of them. I didn't vote for anyone in the last... Well, I voted for Nick Fuentes in the last presidential election. But that didn't really... He wasn't really on the ballot. I don't do any of that stuff. I am a researcher. I am an observer. I show you what's going on, and so you can make your own decisions for yourself. That is why I have to be independently funded by people just like you. So I do like to front load any goals we have, because as soon as we hit the goal, I stop asking you for money. And it's real simple. And if we don't hit the goal, then I pause the stream and I stop and I yell at you and I ask you for money and stuff like that. So you guys, we can do this the easy way or the hard way. We can front load the channel membership goal, or we can drag it out through the course of the entire stream. It is entirely up to you guys. Now, I got a couple selections today. We're going back into the archive because honestly, there is a lot of content we watched when we first started getting into socialism way back in the day. I mean, back in 2022, we watched a lot of this content and we didn't really know then what the fuck we were doing, because we have had to learn how to do all of this on the fly. Oh, look, we got some channel memberships coming in. I am with the channel membership. W's for I am. We got Julie with the channel membership. W's to Julie. Guys, if everyone in the chat right now just sent in one channel membership, which is $5, we would already meet the goal. It would already be over. That's all. Pay your class dues, guys. Think of it as class dues. You are paying for the next 4 or 5 hours of my life watching and teaching this content. Now, back in the day, when we first started watching socialism on the channel, again, goes back to like 2022. This is a long ass time ago. One of the first YouTube channels that we really started listening to queer Marxist content on is called Rabbles of the World. Rabbles of the World is a little teeny tiny YouTube channel with barely any subscribers and barely any viewers. W's to Anthony. Really appreciate the memberships. Thanks so much, bro, for supporting the channel. Rabbles of the World is a teeny tiny little channel. Yo, Ginny on Rumble. Can we get W's to Ginny? 5 channel memberships on Rumble. Rumble's already kicking YouTube's ass. Holy shit. Rumble is already kicking YouTube's ass. It's a sad day. It's a sad day. It's a sad day when Rumble kicks. Oh, well, we got some more. Oh, hang on. I gotta make sure I give W's. W's to Peoples. 5 channel memberships. Appreciate that. Karlyn's favorite Gucci bag. I love it. Don't make me choose between my Gucci bags, though. I love all my Gucci bags equally. They are like my children. W's to you, bro. Appreciate that. We got 6 more to add to the tally, bringing us up to 15 members total. Let's see. Oh, guys, I gotta show you this. Hang on. Before we actually get down to business, I gotta show you this. I just got a chat over on Rumble. I don't know if you guys can see it. It's a little bit small. We'll try to make it bigger. There we go. I don't support the vitriol hurled at you by other MAGA members, but you really don't help yourself. You always look unkempt, and FYI, tattoos and pot smoking on stream is unattractive and unladylike. Just giving some constructive criticism. One in the chat if we should allow this person to stay on the channel and be a conservative retard. 2 in the chat if we need to deport them from the channel. This is a channel vote. 1 in the chat if we need to allow this person to stay on the channel and continue to be a retard. 2 in the chat if we should be deporting this person from the channel for being obviously too low IQ to be here. Bro, this is not my decision. This is the community's decision. Sadly, you have violated our community norms. We don't want you here. Too bad. So sad. Goodbye forever. Deported from the channel. All right. Going back to something that actually matters. Hang on one sec. I gotta set it up again. All right. I mean, seriously. Excuse me. I know conservatives I know socialists control my kid's school district, and I know they're transing my kids, but excuse me, you have tattoos and you smoke weed on the internet. And that is just, too much. And that's way worse than socialists queering our kids and wanting to overthrow the government. I'm sorry. I just cannot tolerate an educational stream from someone who has tattoos and smokes weed. The priorities of the conservative right never cease to amaze me. Never cease to amaze me. We got Julia with the member chat. Thank you, Julie. I love when we go back and watch this. Yeah, I know. I agree. We need to go back and watch all the content we watched years ago. I mean, we watched this high school debate thing this week, and it was like, and we watched that content years ago, and we realized how much worse it was than we ever knew. You're gifting some channel memberships, guys. Just so you know, if you are watching on your phone, YouTube does not allow you to send in gifted channel memberships on your phone. It is a sad flaw of the system. But if you want to send in a super chat and designate that as a channel membership, I will add it to the channel membership goal, because it all comes in the same form of money. It's just like one is nice. I love channel memberships because I like to gift them out to people in the community, and I think that that's cool. But if YouTube doesn't want to allow channel membership gifts on their phone, I still want to give people a way to support the goal. I appreciate that, Lisa Old Granny. W to you. W to Mike. Alan, well, this Mike, we've channel memberships is $5, bro. So you owe me another $3 on that one. You owe me $5 a channel membership, bro. So I can't you owe me another $3. Moon Goddess W, thank you for the channel membership. Not to be a stickler or nothing, but I know how to do math. But I do appreciate the sentiment. All right, guys, we are going back and we are watching this little teeny tiny YouTube channel that has delivered us some of the craziest queer Marxist content. Because remember, the left is not making this content to go viral on the internet. The left has a completely different set of priorities. The left, Brown Barbaloo, W's in the chat. Thank you. You just gifted a channel membership on your phone? Okay, so everyone who's telling me we can't give channel memberships on our phones, you guys are all lying to me? What's wrong with you? Why are you lying to me about not being able to give channel memberships? Well, I'll allow a grace period for that. Thank you, Moon Goddess. I do appreciate that. What is my favorite tattoo? I mean, it's probably my sleeve that I need to work on. This is going to be a sleeve at some point, but right now it's just a little teeny tiny, not even quarter sleeve because I don't even have the back of my arm done. But there is actually a whole plan to build this particular sleeve out into a full sleeve at some point. I just didn't do it because I haven't done it yet, but I plan to at some point. But I love it. The tattoo artist that did this is incredible. He's so fucking talented. And so that is probably my favorite tattoo for the moment. Anyway, I mean, who knows? My arms, well, okay. Should we talk about this before we get into the socialism content? Can we talk about this for a second? Listen, okay, we are going to do the serious content tonight. I'm going to explain that in a second, but, you know, I need your guys' help. As people are filing in, we're going to do serious content, and we're not going to spend too much time on drama, but can I ask you guys for a little bit of help before we get into our serious content? Can I ask you guys for a little bit of help? So Ethan Ralph is a toxic dickwad that's been harassing me about my weight for years and years and years and years and years and years and years. And so this week, Ethan says, we should have a weigh off. And you know what? I'm not going to show you guys the number on the scale. I'm just not going to do that because I think that is a little bit, ridiculous. But I was at the mall today, just walking around, getting some steps in. And I had an idea. I said, Ethan, here's a photo of me today from the mall, in which you can see me from the front and the side view. Because the thing of it is I'm always told every time I post a picture of me, like taking a picture of myself and a front view, people are always like, you're using filters. That's an angle where you're hiding how fat you really are and blah, 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 blah. Well, now, this is, by the way, there are no filters on this fucking photo. I literally just posted the fucking photo. Now, there is a public record until I'm caught on video somewhere, which will happen at some point in the future. There is now a record of I look like this from the front, I look like this from the side. That hoodie is a men's extra small hoodie. How do you know that's a men's extra small hoodie? There's the fucking tag. Okay? Men's extra small hoodie and skinny jeans. And now what I would really like is for Ethan Ralph to go find himself a men's extra small hoodie. He might have to go to Walmart to buy one or something like that, but I'm sure he can find some cheap store wherever the fuck he is to go find a men's extra small hoodie. And skinny jeans, again, you can probably find those at Walmart, I would assume. They have them there. And I would like Ethan Ralph to do the same thing. Because you know what? Like, honestly, the scale really does lie sometimes. And I weigh significantly less than Ethan Ralph does. So I wouldn't even be. Ethan Ralph actually told me, he's like, I weigh 194. I weigh significantly less than 194. So it's not even that I would be afraid to like step on the scale. Because like I am significantly lighter than that at this point. But I actually think just because people make such a big deal about my fucking photos all the time, every time they Photoshop me or every time they take a picture from the worst possible angle and make it seem like I'm 300 pounds, I've never been anywhere close to 300 pounds, by the way. I would like Ethan Ralph to put on a very similar outfit to me with a men's extra small hoodie and a pair of fucking skinny jeans, because they do make those for men. And I would like him to take a photo of himself from the front and a photo of himself from the side and post it on the fucking internet. Because you know what? I didn't start this shit with dragging people because of their weight, because I really don't fucking care. But after years and 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 years of being harassed by these fucking toxic retards, I am stepping in to finish the fucking fight. Because I always said if I wanted to lose weight, I could fucking lose weight. No one believed me, and yet here we are. W's Cox for the channel membership. Really appreciate that, bro. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So can you guys do me a favor? If you happen to be on Twitter, can you guys do me a favor and just reply to this tweet and tag Ethan Ralph in it? He's tagged in the original tweet, so you should just be able to reply to it. Can you guys go ahead and tag Ethan Ralph and tell him to post the fucking photos, motherfucker? And the thing of it is Black Swan, who is a groiper, responded to me saying I was looking good. I appreciate that, Black Swan. Thank you very much. And I responded to him with black hearts just because that's the vibe that Black Swan has. Ethan Ralph responded to me, "You're fat. Nice filter, though." So if people want to respond to him directly and say, where are your photos, you stupid motherfucker? There's Ethan Ralph's reply to me. So we know that he's seen the tweet. He can't help but take the bait. So if everyone wants to, like, help me finish this little fucking game, please go ahead and do so. If you don't want to, that's cool too, man. That's cool too. Speaking of weight loss, thank you for putting me on collagen creamer. It's been life-changing. You know what? Like, a lot of people are DMing me and they're asking me for diet advice. And listen, guys, can I just be blunt? I do appreciate that. Collagen creamer, protein creamer in my coffee is great. I do both. I typically have 2 cups of coffee a day. In the first cup, I do protein creamer. In the second cup, I do collagen creamer, just because it does help with things like not having a sunken face when I'm going through rapid weight loss and stuff like that. But like, people see, people have been DMing me, like, so many people have been DMing me saying, "Karlyn, how do I lose weight?" Guys, listen, I want to be very clear about this. I am not a health professional. I am not a good person to ask for weight loss advice. I'm really just not. I am not a professional. I'm probably really fucking up my body doing this. And I'm doing that knowing that, you know, maybe I'm making choices that will get me short-term results and really immediate results that maybe long-term aren't the best choices I could be making, but I'm doing it anyway because I have a goal of being able to, like, look indistinct, like unrecognizably skinny to be able to go undercover again. I am crash dieting. Like, make no mistake. I have been starving myself basically for months. When I say I'm on the keto crash starvation diet, what I mean is I'm eating a fuck ton of chicken. I'm having 2 cups of coffee a day, one with protein creamer and one with collagen creamer. I'm eating a fuck ton of chicken 1 time a day. And that's it. Like, I'm doing keto and intermittent fasting. I'm not on Ozempic. People keep saying I am. I'm not. No shame, by the way, if you want to go on stuff like that. It's just not what I'm doing. I eat basically protein, chicken, maybe eggs. Like, it's either that. It's either chicken or eggs. Like, one of those 2 things. And I eat once a day. And basically once a day, I do it within a very specific window. And basically, I'm starving myself. And so that is how I have achieved this. I've been getting more steps into, like, I've been making it a priority to, like, get out and walk more and be more physically active. I have not been going back to the gym yet, although I'm kind of thinking about it now. Maybe I'm getting ready to go back to the gym. I don't know. Maybe I used to spend so many fucking hours a day in the gym. It's not even funny. I feel like I'm traumatized from spending too much time in the gym, but maybe I will go back. But anyway, I just want to say to all the people who are, like, asking me for weight loss advice, you probably shouldn't actually, like, ask me for that because I'm not actually, like, a health professional or a dietitian. You should probably be listening to people who are much more educated than me. I'm just saying that If you want to do what I'm doing, I'm eating a fuck ton of. I go to the store almost every day and buy a rotisserie chicken and eat that. That's basically it. This is how my dog has become obsessed with chicken. Is because every time I go get a chicken, he gets a little bite of chicken, and so now he's a whiny, entitled little bastard. Where every time I come home, the dog is whining to get his daily chicken because I'm getting chicken from the store almost every fucking day. That's how I'm doing it. And so, do as I say, don't do as I do, or do as I do, but just keep in mind that I am actually probably not doing the best thing for myself, but that is how I'm doing. The keto fast starvation is that is what I'm doing. I'm doing the keto crash starvation diet with intermittent fasting. And that's how I'm doing it. So, and you can find a ton of great keto recipes on Instagram. That's actually how I got started doing it. You can find a shit ton of great keto recipes that are just actually really good. And so, yeah. Yep. Your dogs they love chicken. Yeah, my dog has now given up his favorite bones, his formerly favorite bones, because the bones are not comparable to chicken. So anyway, if you guys want to drag Ethan Ralph, please go ahead. But we got more important shit to do. Let's go back to what we're actually watching tonight. Let's go back. So we are watching tonight a small little queer Marxist YouTube channel called Rabbles of the World. This is not a YouTube channel that was created to go viral. This is a YouTube channel that was created to talk to other queer Marxists, okay? So when we're listening to the left, we listen directly to the content that they are making for each other. And I've got two things picked out that we're going to watch tonight. One's a little bit shorter, but it's going to be really good. We've actually already watched it once before, but we haven't watched it in years and years and years and years and years. That we have a little bit of a longer one that I don't remember watching, but I think is going to be actually really interesting. So the first thing we're going to watch tonight, Emmy O'Brien on family abolition. This is a video that was posted 4 years ago, so it's a little bit older, but the principles are still the same. They have not changed the principles that they're talking about at all. This is this is like going back into the archive with Emmy O'Brien. 1 in the chat if you've watched Emmy O'Brien with me before. 2 in the chat if you have no fucking clue who Emmy O'Brien is. 1 in the chat if you've watched Emmy O'Brien with me before. 2 in the chat if you have no clue who Emmy O'Brien is. Let me know. Emmy O'Brien, next to Sophie Lewis, is one of our favorite Abolish the Family Marxists. Emmy O'Brien is a queer communist anarchist that actually has been deeply involved in queer Marxist subculture for decades and decades and decades. Emmy O'Brien is like Sophie Lewis's best friend, by the way. They are actually friends. They hang out. Emmy O'Brien is a fucking nut job. We have probably watched every single Emmy O'Brien piece of content that we can find on the internet because if you're unsure, you've never watched Emmy O'Brien with me. You will, I promise you, Red Menace Guru, once you watch Emmy O'Brien with me, you will never, ever, 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 ever forget Emmy O'Brien. Oh, so many new people haven't met Emmy O'Brien yet. Oh, this is going to be so fun. This is going to be so much fun. So this is the first one that we're going to watch. This is about 38 minutes long, which is a little short for Socialism Saturday. So I decided to do a little double feature. We're going long tonight, ladies and gentlemen. That's why we need to meet that channel membership goal. We're having a good long class early, or like tonight, not early, tonight, right now, actually. After that, we're going to watch a presentation called Queer Politics Since the 90s. Now, if you have taken my intro lecture to queer Marxism, which if you haven't seen it, you can find it on my Substack. That is Karlyn, KARLYN.substack.com. If you are new to my work, click new to my work, start here. You can find my queer Marxism lecture here, an introduction to queer Marxism, the left's most dystopian ideology. If you have done that lecture before, or you've heard me talk about this, you know that queer Marxism, as we know it today, is a weird, very dystopian subculture on the extreme revolutionary far left that has been evolving and mutating and transforming since the 1950s. However, a pivotal turning point for queer Marxist ideology in the United States was the late 80s and the early 90s, because that is when you had a giant schism that took place between the queer Marxist revolutionary left that wanted to overthrow capitalism, wanted to overthrow what they call normative culture, and the regular Democrat, liberal, gay rights activists. When we're talking about queer, we are not talking about Democrat, liberal, gay rights activists who just wanted to get married and just wanted to be able to visit their spouse in the hospital. That's not what we're talking about. When you get into this subculture, you start to understand that the normie gay Democrats that literally just wanted gay marriage to be legalized, they are very, 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 very different from the radical revolutionary queer Marxists. The normie gay liberals want to assimilate to capitalist culture. They believe in marriage, they want to settle down, they want to get a job, they want to uphold society, they're not trying to overthrow the government, just that they believe they want to get married to someone of the same sex. And people might not like that, but that's like all that the normie liberals want. W's in the chat. Channel logo with a channel membership. Really appreciate that, bro. Really appreciate that. Getting us to 25% of our goal for tonight. Now, how do the normie gay rights activists differ from the radical revolutionary queer Marxists? The radical revolutionary queer Marxists are not assimilationists. They are anti-assimilationists. They are anti-capitalist. Queer is not about being gay. Queer is not about being trans. You can be a straight white man and be queer, because queer is a far left political ideology that wants to undermine all the norms, the cultural norms that uphold capitalism. Most prominently, the gender binary, the idea that men and women exist, and the nuclear family. They want to abolish the gender binary and abolish the nuclear family. This is completely different than Democrat, liberal, normie gay rights activists who literally just wanted to get married. Radical revolutionary queer Marxists never wanted gay marriage to be legalized in the first place. And the 90s were a critical time where this schism was really taking place, because the 90s is when you had the normie gay rights activists and the Democrats pushing the idea of gay marriage. Obviously, it was legalized in 2015, but it started getting really pushed in the late 90s, okay? I remember that Vermont passed civil unions when I was a freshman in college, which was like 1999. So these ideas started getting pushed politically in the 90s, and you started seeing a lot of infighting. There was infighting between the Democrats who were like, we want gay marriage, and the queer Marxists who's like, fuck you, we don't want to get married, we don't want to assimilate, we don't want to be part of that capitalist propertied relationship. In fact, let me just play you a brief moment of a queer Marxist song, just in case you guys don't believe me. We're only going to play 1 second of this. You don't have to listen to the whole thing. Hang on. Where the fuck is it?
I don't wanna get married. I don't wanna be just like you. Nobody.
So that is a queer Marxist band called the Dog Park Dissidents writing a song that the title of that song is Queer as in Fuck You. The very first line in it is, I don't want to get married. I don't want to be just like you. And if you listen to the whole song, they're shitting on the idea of gay marriage. They don't want to be in the military. They don't want to assimilate to what they consider to be capitalist normative culture that upholds the institutions, the cultural institutions that keep basically society running on track. So that is the difference. That's what we're talking about. And I strongly recommend, if you're interested in like getting more background on this, I am working on a book about this. It's one of like 5 books I'm fucking working on. I am working on a book about queer Marxism as an ideology developing. But until then, you can tune into that lecture on queer Marxism. You can find that over on my Substack. It's totally for free. Share it with your friends, share it with your family, share it with anyone that's interested in this. But that is the backstory of why the 90s and queer politics is very interesting to me, because it was a time where you had this schism taking place between the normie gay rights activists and the radical revolutionary queer Marxists, and they were just fighting back and forth with each other all throughout the 2000s into the 2010s until the normie gay rights activists finally won in 2015. And then what happened is all the normie gay rights activists went off to get married. They're like, okay, we got gay marriage, we won. They left activism, and the holes were filled by radical revolutionary queer Marxists. And that's when we saw the explosion of non-binary and all of this crazy neo-pronoun shit, because in actuality, the Democrats and the normie gay rights activists had been keeping that shit at bay. It's ironic to say this, but gay marriage and the legalization of gay marriage actually was detrimental to the queer Marxist far left. The queer Marxist far left would love nothing more than if gay marriage was overturned, so you would instantly radicalize all these people that have gotten married and all of these people that have assimilated to capitalist normative culture. One of the stupidest thing that conservatives could ever do would be to repeal gay marriage simply because of this point. Let's get a couple super chats here. It is not allowing me to purchase channel memberships. I'm sorry, been carnivore for 5 years. Keto, this is the way. Thank you. I will add that. I will count this as a channel membership. I really do appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And also I saw Chitalago in with the W for another channel membership there, bringing us up to 27 for our goal today. Thank you, bro. W's to you. Miss this from Dietz. Thank you for being a member of the channel for 2 months. Emmy is a master of gender ambiguous look, in my opinion. Well, they're non-binary, so yeah. I hope I'm saying this correctly. I know they want to abolish gender. This will be good. Yeah, it's going to be a good night. It's going to be a good night for anyone that is unfamiliar with queer Marxism. Hey, welcome to the channel, people. Welcome to the channel. You know, your life is over. You're never going to see the world the same way again. But we will be your friends during the Marxist revolution. And so it's all good, bro. All good. We got another channel membership added to the goal, bringing us up to 28. There we go. There we go. There we go. All right, guys, before we get into the videos today, I do need to play a short rules video just so everyone knows what they're getting into. Please pay attention to the rules video in the chat. And hang on. Where the fuck is it? Where is it? Here it is. Pay attention. All right, for anyone that's new, we have some rules for Socialism Saturday. Let me go over them real quick. Socialism Saturday is a research group and a class. We do take this seriously. You're allowed to have fun. You're allowed to have a drink or two. You're allowed to kind of kick back and joke in the chat. However, I need everyone to understand that when we are researching the radical revolutionary left, we do take this seriously. And so if you're shitposting in my chat, I'm going to tell you to stop. If you are posting off topic in the chat, I'm going to ask you to stop at some point because it's going to be distracting to what we're doing. I need you to think of yourself as in a classroom. And I'm not talking about an online classroom. I'm talking about a real life classroom, okay? When you walk into a real life classroom, I am the teacher, you are the students. You are sitting in the desk, I am sitting in the front of the classroom. I'm standing there teaching you what is going on. If you were in a real life classroom, you wouldn't walk in, start throwing shit at the wall, yelling, saying, I disagree with you because my best friend said something different. That's not allowed. I don't care about your feelings. I'm not going to coddle your opinion. And that's going to be the way it is. And if you don't like it, you don't have to be here. But if you are in my classroom, you will respect my rules and you will listen to me. And if you do not do that, then you will be removed. And how you feel about being removed makes no difference to me at all. The expectation is if you're going to be here and you're going to be watching socialism with us and you're going to be participating in the chat, you are doing it because you are serious about learning this topic and understanding this topic. The minute that I think that you're just fucking around or you're trolling or something like that, you're going to get put in a timeout or permanently banned, and that's just going to be the way it is. Rule number 2, don't be a dick. Do not insult me. Do not insult other people in the chat. I can do whatever I want because I am the queen fascist bitch of my YouTube channel. So I can say and do whatever I want. But if you don't insult me and you don't insult other people in the chat, we're not going to have a problem. So be an adult, rein that shit in. Number 3, no whining. I don't care about your feelings. I don't care if you feel personally attacked. It makes no difference to me at all. And I promise you, I care about your feelings a little bit more than the left does. So if you can't handle me, you can't handle the left. If you start whining and complaining because you don't like the rules or you think you're being treated unfairly, you can just leave, bro. There's the door. You don't have to be here. Number 4, listen. Our job here and why we do Socialism Saturday is to listen to what the left is saying, to listen to what real leftists are doing in the real world. This is not to support your confirmation bias. This is not to support any conservative bullshit narrative that you may have heard on Glenn Beck that one time. This is not to be what you want it to be. This is to engage with reality. We need to listen, we need to actively listen, and we need to understand the left better than they understand themselves. That is the purpose of this exercise, okay? As part of that, I do ask that people refrain from debunking. You do not have a single debunk in your arsenal about the left is stupid because of reasons X, Y, B, and Z, or the left is her hypocrites for reasons X, Y, B, and Z. You don't have a single debunk that we haven't heard before, okay? And every time you put energy into debunking, that is energy that you're not putting into listening. So if I see you debunking, I'm going to tell you to stop, because you need to put that energy into listening instead. Lastly, break the rules of my chat or disrespect me in any way, and I'll just kick you out, and that's the way it is. All right, now that we have watched the rules video, one in the chat if you agree to follow my rules when you are in my classroom, you are in my house, and all that good stuff. Two in the chat if you think the rules are dumb and you're going to see yourself out. Listen, guys, I don't mean to be a bitch. Maybe I do a little bit. But I've been doing this a long time. I know what works when you're doing something like this. We basically have an open air classroom here. Everyone can come into the classroom, but the minute that someone disrespects the classroom and gets in the way of other people learning is the minute that we kick their asses out. Everyone is welcome to join. You are not welcome to be disruptive. You are not welcome to disrupt the hierarchy of this channel, which the hierarchy is I am here, and then Reagan is right under me, and then the rest of the mods are here, and then all of the rest of you are some variation of under that, okay? That is the hierarchy. Bot sometimes is on the same level as Reagan, but Bot's been dicking around a lot lately, so I'm putting Bot, like, Bot needs to, I feel like Reagan's been more responsible than Bot lately, and so I feel like I'm elevating Reagan to encourage Bot to behave a little bit more responsibly, but that's okay. That's okay. Bot's still pretty fucking high ranking, but the big picture is, I am at the top. Everyone else is under me. Okay? And that is the hierarchy we have on this channel. And if you're going to be here, you need to respect the hierarchy. This is what works. It does not work when everyone feels that they're on the same level. We are not fucking communists here. We are fascists. We believe in hierarchy. Yeah, Reagan is much more responsible than Bot. Yeah, Bot literally renamed the fucking days of the week. Okay. We did have a question come in. And guys, I do want to encourage you to ask questions throughout the stream. This is a classroom. If you are asking a question in good faith, I will answer that question, or someone else in the chat will answer the question. Moon Goddess says, I get the marriage point, but what's the reasoning behind abolishing the gender binary? They want to abolish the gender binary because they believe that capitalism, private property ownership, created the social constructs of gender. It created the social construct of man to be in the workplace. It created the social construct of women to be in the home during the unpaid labor of having and raising the nuclear family. This created the hierarchy, the oppressive hierarchy that was created by capitalism, where men have all the power and all the money. Women have no power and have to have all the kids and raise all the kids and stay in the home and do all that work for free. And so this is what the patriarchy is. When the left is saying the patriarchy, they are saying the oppressive hierarchy created by capitalism. Therefore, the only way to get rid of the oppressive hierarchy created by capitalism is to abolish gender entirely, because if you abolish the socially constructed categories of men and women, which they do not believe are biological categories, they believe they are socially constructed categories that are basically made up. If you abolish the categories of men and women, everyone's on the same level, because you don't have the socially constructed categories anymore. This is why non-binary is a thing on the far left. Non-binary literally means no binary. When you are seeing people using they, them pronouns, they are saying, I do not adhere to the socially constructed gender binary and the patriarchy based on capitalism. I am outside of the gender binary. I am transforming gender. I am transcending gender. That is why they want to abolish it. Also, abolishing the gender binary is going to lead to the eventual abolition of the nuclear family, which they need to do in order to overthrow capitalism, because they believe that capitalism is socially reproduced within the nuclear family. Hope that helps. Let me know if you have any other questions. All right, guys, who's ready to get started? Mount the like button if you would be so kind. We still have about 71 channel memberships to go before I stop asking for money and I stop yelling at people. So let's dig in. Let's start with Emmy O'Brien on family abolition, and let's see what she had to say, or they, them, excuse me. No misgendering allowed.
The working class family, the complexity of dialectical thinking, queer communes, and much more. With Emmy O'Brien.
Love you.
Yeah, I'm recording. Okay, wonderful. Okay, great. Well then let's jump right in.
Is that who I think it is? Is that who I fucking, what the fuck is his name? Stoffel? Alexander Stoffel? Ethan Stoffel? Is that who I think it is?
So today we're joined by Michelle
Alex
O'Brien
Stoffel!
and Michelle.
How the fuck did we not know this? Holy shit. When we first watched these episodes back in, like, when did we first watch these? Like back in 2022 or 2023 or something, we had no idea who Alex Stoffel was. We have since watched Alex Stoffel on multiple occasions. And basically, Alex Stoffel is a professor that teaches queer Marxism, that studies queer Marxism, that does queer Marxism lectures all over the place. He's based in London. He teaches at a university in London. But we watched Alexander Stoffel do a lecture at Columbia last year. So he does tours in America as well. Holy shit. Already, this is off to a bang. Yeah, he's on that historical materialism channel. Exactly.
Is a psychoanalyst and a writer based in New York City. And she's also currently the co-editor of Pinko magazine. And we're so excited to have you here. Thank you so much for joining us. Felix and I both read your essay in EndNotes called To Abolish the Family, the Working Class Family and Gender Liberation and Capitalist Development. He sent it to me during the Christmas.
Abolish the working class family and gender liberation and capitalist development. That is exactly what I just explained to you guys. That's exactly what I just explained to you. They need to abolish they need to abolish the nuclear family, the working class family, and that is how they're going to, and also achieve gender liberation in regards to like capitalism. Listen again.
Essay in EndNotes called To Abolish the Family, the Working Class Family and Gender Liberation and Capitalist Development.
Abolish the working class family, gender liberation, and capitalist development. That is literally, I'll get that in a second, Deed. Sorry about that. That is literally what I just explained to you guys about capitalism creating the gender binary, which impacts the nuclear family as well. Where did you send a membership? Deets, I don't see a membership. Where did you send a membership? I don't know where you sent a membership. I don't see a membership. Hang on, I'm looking. I see a member chat. There it is. It popped up. It just popped up on my screen, Deets. W for Deets. Thank you so much, bro. I appreciate it. It just took a second to pop up on my screen. I was like, oh no, is YouTube broken? Oh no. There we go.
He sent it to me during the Christmas break in December, like, Alex, you need to read this. And we've talked a lot about it and we really loved it. So we're really excited to have you to talk about it. And we thought just to start, it would be cool if you could sort of run us through
I'm gonna put on my red sunglasses.
the history that you chart in the piece. So you chart the history of family abolition from sort of the early 19th century, 1830s until today, and show that we can periodize that history of the family according to distinct phases of capitalist development. And it's a really helpful sort of heuristic for thinking about family abolition in the longue durée. So if you could just sort of run us through how you sketch it, that would be great to get us started.
Sure. So trying to summarize what is a quite dense argument, I came to the argument because I was interested in trying to think more coherently or systematically about the changing queer and gender politics, sexual and gender politics of communist movements, revolutionary movements over the course of the last 150 years, and particularly sort of what at moments that large numbers of proletarian insurgents are thinking about the transformation of gender sexuality in liberatory ways, what form does that take? And I, through editing the Revolutionary Feminism reader for the Communist Research Cluster, I'd spent a lot of time reading these historical texts and realizing that they actually meant wildly contradictory things when they critiqued the family or suggested that a free society would transform family relations or abolish family relations. And so this was an effort at sort of systematically trying to hold this the transforming meanings of family and gender and sexuality, and it uses the framework of endnotes and theorie communiste, a certain periodization of the workers' movement, as this particular phase of proletarian struggle between the 1890s and the 1970s. So the phases that I talk about are prior to the 1880s, 1890s, so that particularly focusing on Marx and Engels and the Communist Manifesto, and a little bit about their debates with Fourier, and a little bit about the American plantation system. So I include both inland, it's sort of thinking about the Marxist movement or the socialist movement centered around Marx, and as well as the United States, particularly thinking about Black insurgency and the history of slavery and Jim Crow. And the essay goes back and forth between those. So what do Marx and Engels mean? And then later, what is meant by the family in the Communist International? And then, and as it's sort of left opposition, what emerges during the Soviet Revolution, and then later in thinking about sort of the challenge to the family in the 1960s and some of the mass insurgencies of that period, and then moving into what has happened since the 1970s. And so in each one of those phases, looking at what is a sort of dominant or hegemonic notion of the family, how does that get taken up by the communist movement, by revolutionary movements? What is it that they mean? And then what are the sort of furthest liberatory edges of that? And what are the contradictions of that? And
liberatory edges means anytime you hear the word liberation, they're talking about freeing themselves from capitalism. When it comes to queer Marxism, this is actually important for people to understand if they're new. So I apologize if you've heard me say this before, but there are probably new people listening. When it comes to queer Marxism, they are not talking about the economic aspects of capitalism. That is a different thing. Queer Marxism is interested with the cultural aspects of capitalism, the cultural norms that uphold our society. So they're not really interested in seizing the means of production, although they will do that. They are interested in the more it's not around identity, though it's going to kind of seem like it is. Queer Marxists actually reject identity politics, but again, they're talking about abolishing the gender binary, abolishing the nuclear family, queering or undermining capitalist normativity at every possible angle. And that's separate from the economic factors that uphold capitalism. They're doing it more around the cultural model. So please understand that as we make our way through this. Anytime you hear the word liberation, they're talking about liberation from the oppressive norms that capitalism has imposed on our culture.
in that, this is very hard to summarize. So for Marx and Engels, when they talk about the family, they're really talking exclusively about the bourgeois family. They don't see the family as having any meaning in proletarian society. And
the bourgeois family means the private family, the family that holds private wealth. So the reason they want to attack the family is one of those things where you have access to the wealth that your parents have. You have access to the resources that your parents have. You have access to the house that your parents have. We're not talking about the economic model today, Moon Goddess. I'm sorry. Like, listen, I know you have a lot of questions, but like do they agree? No, they don't agree. No, they don't agree with capitalism economically. They want to overthrow all capitalism. No, they do not agree with capitalism economically. And listen, guys, I know people have a lot of questions. And I guess that question was related to what I just said, so I'm not trying to be a dick about it. But please, can we focus on the content? Because we got a lot of content to get through today. So please, let's keep the questions relevant to the content. I highly recommend, and again, Moon Goddess, I'm not trying to tell you did anything wrong. You didn't do anything wrong. But like, get a notebook and write down questions as you have them if it's not related directly to it. Just because if I'm totally willing to answer questions, but we will be here all fucking night, okay? We'll be here all night. No one wants that. What was I saying about this? See, this is why we can't go off topic, because I forget completely what I was saying and what point I was making. The bourgeois family. Got it. The bourgeois family. So when they're talking about the bourgeois family, they're talking about children having access to the resources that their parents have, and some families having more private resources than others. So again, capitalism is defined as private property ownership. Some families have more money than other families. That is a form of private property. Some families have better, more expensive homes than other families. That is an example of private property. Some families have better land and more access to land that they own to their exclusive use than other families. That is a form of private property ownership. We're also talking about healthcare. You have access to the healthcare that your family has, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So when they're talking about the bourgeois family, they're talking about families that have access to these privatized resources that other people don't have access to.
That was tied up with the intense destabilization of the peasant family that happened in early industrialization. And so I both look at sort of their quite radical critique of the bourgeois family, but also their tendencies towards criticism of sex workers, of sexual degeneracy,
generational wealth,
implied queerness happening in proletarian communities at the same time. So when the Communist Manifesto mentions the family, they're really talking about the challenge of the bourgeois family.
Oh, the
And
Communist Manifesto mentions the family. Didn't I have a couple communists on my channel a while ago who literally told me the Communist Manifesto doesn't talk about abolishing the family, but Emmy O'Brien is actually pretty clear that the Communist Manifesto does talk about abolishing the family, the bourgeois family, because that is what the Communist Manifesto is interested in, abolishing the bourgeois. The bourgeois means capitalist, the bourgeois means private property owner. How interesting. The Communist Manifesto talks about this. Obviously, we knew that. I wrote a book about the Communist Manifesto, so obviously we knew that if a communist ever tells you that the Communist Manifesto does not mention abolish the family, they are lying.
But also their tendencies towards criticism of sex workers, of sexual degeneracy, of implied queerness happening in proletarian communities at the same time. So when the Communist Manifesto mentions the family, they're really talking about the challenge of the bourgeois family. And similarly, you could look at what was happening in the plantations in the United States, where the family meant something very clear and well-ordered in white slave-owning society, but for slaves...
White slave-owning society. The key word there is that, okay, the key concept there is that white is linked with slave owning. When communists say whiteness, white supremacy, they're not talking about skin color. Skin color is individual. They're talking about capitalism, the property owner. White slave owning means property owner. If a person with black skin owned slaves, they would also be assimilating to whiteness because whiteness means capitalism. Does everyone understand that?
The level of natal alienation of people being denied long-term relationships with their children or their partners meant that the family had very little coherent meaning. And so the challenge to the family was part of the challenge to bourgeois society. What shifted in the 1890s was a consolidation of a certain model of socialist struggle that was enabled by capitalist development, by the expansion of working class power. And in Germany, the United States, the parts of the United States, inland parts of Europe, the consolidation of this normative family form, where for the first time working class people could have a wife at home, not working children really pushed out of the labor force and into schools, and with a male breadwinner who is the sort of head of the family and economically controls a significant portion of it. And sort of this model of the family in this context, the family becomes a way of dividing between lumpen, between underemployed, between the poor and the respectable working class.
So Emmy O'Brien's actually talking about when them believes the nuclear family was created, which was basically during the Industrial Revolution. Them is talking about the creation of the middle class pretty much. And what they're saying is when, during the Industrial Revolution, you all of a sudden have these abilities for these, these workers to get married and to have kids, and the kids didn't have to go right out to work. The kids got to go to school and stuff like that. And they started buying houses and they started buying land and they started adapting to normative culture. That is the nuclear family. That is the system that passes capitalism from parent to child, capitalist values from parent to child. That is why they believe they need to abolish the nuclear family, because if the nuclear family remains intact, capitalist values will get passed from parent to child, thus reproducing capitalist values in society. Everett, we don't give a flying fuck about North Korea. Shut the fuck up and listen, or leave. Either way.
So it becomes a way of the parts of the United States, inland parts of Europe, the consolidation of this normative family form, where for the first time working class people could have a wife at home, not working children really pushed out of the labor force and into schools, and with a male breadwinner who is the sort of head of the family and economically controls a significant portion of it. And sort of this model of the family in this context, the family becomes a way of dividing between lumpen, between underemployed, between the poor and
property
the respectable working class.
Non-property
So it becomes a way of aspiring to bourgeois respectability that becomes a part of the Second International. And this is challenged by Alexander Kollontai and some of what happened during the Russian Revolution, where there's this effort at the mass collectivization of reproductive labor in the household, of canteens, of collective laundries, of collective creches and childcare centers that happen in desperation, in survival during the Russian Civil War. And so I talk about that and what Kollontai imagines being on the other side of compulsory heterosexuality, but also recognizing the contradictions wrapped up in this being consolidated on a large scale within the state and the meaning of that. And then in the late 1960s, looking at the challenge to the family that plays out across the welfare rights movement and sort of Black feminism generally, gay liberation, lesbian feminism, and the feminist struggle, where the family for them is the family of the suburbs. So a kind of particular American development model that gets
the family of the suburbs is the family that owns a house and owns a little bit of land and stuff like that, and they want to pass their property down from parent to child, etc. When do they believe capitalism started? You know, it's a mixed bag. Some of them believe that capitalism started with Henry Ford in the Industrial Revolution. Some of them believe that capitalism started in ancient Sumeria. Some of them believe that capitalism started with the first private farms, because farmers were the first people who privatized land and then utilized that land for their own private gain. It's a mixed bag. It's kind of all over the place. Queer Marxists generally believe that capitalism started pretty fucking early on. Again, the ancient Sumeria thing. But Emmy O'Brien seems to be taking the road that really the Industrial Revolution was the turning point to capitalism. Honestly, it doesn't really matter when they believe it started. What matters is how they believe it's being implemented now and what they're doing to try to overthrow it now.
Exported around the world of a massification of like a certain kind of bourgeois cultural and social norm that is dominated by white working class and middle class people, becomes more accessible and has rebelling against its heteronormative character, its white characters being a big part of the insurgency in the 60s.
It's white character, it's heteronormative character. Again, heteronormative has actually nothing to do with one man, one woman. What she's talking, them is talking about is the norms that uphold capitalism, the gender binary. When they say heteronormative, they're talking about the gender binary and the nuclear family. They're not talking about one man, one woman, because they believe, and again, I have them on video saying this explicitly, they do not define straight as one man, one woman. They define straight as walking the straight and narrow, upholding normativity. I literally have them on video flat out saying, We don't define straight as heterosexual. Straight is about upholding normal society, whereas we are queer, we do not want to assimilate to normative society. So don't be, I know that this is a confusing point and this is just something you need to learn to code switch. No. Capitalism is private property ownership. I say this 19 times a stream. You got to listen to me. Stop being creative with the definitions. Capitalism is private property ownership. So this is just something, again, you got to learn to code switch this in your head. When they say heteronormative, homonormative means the same thing as heteronormative. It just means people assimilating to normative culture.
Its white characters being a big part of the insurgency in the 60s.
Yo, Chilago!
And then looking since the
Thank you.
1970s at the kind of breakdown of the normative family for working class.
No. And you've been around long enough to know better. And if you don't start learning, I'm going to start to get real fucking mean with you, because you ask dumb questions and you've been around long to know better. So they intentionally obfuscate language. No. They speak a language that is different than the language that you speak. This is a different language. If you went to France and you plopped yourself down in the middle of France where they speak fucking French, would you say to French-speaking people in France, "Excuse me, you are intentionally obfuscating language," if they didn't speak English to you? That would be fucking retarded. You speak English. They speak French. Ben, thank you for the channel membership. Got you. He's dedicating this super chat to a channel membership. Got you on that, bro. Thank you so much. Let me bring that chat back up. Hang on. Let me update the channel. Let's celebrate the channel membership instead of the retard I'm giving a dressing down to, who damn well should fucking know better. It is retarded to go to a country that does not speak English and then expect them to speak English, and then say, "Excuse me, you're intentionally obfuscating language," if they don't speak English. That is what we are talking about. They do not speak your language. They do not share your definitions. They are not trying to intentionally trick you any more than if you went to France, they would be trying to intentionally trick you by speaking French if you don't speak their language. This is about understanding how they use language and becoming fluent in their language. And every time you guys say, I'm sorry, they are changing the definitions of words. No. They are speaking their language. We are in their subculture now. We are not in yours. Learn the fucking difference. W's to old sub. Thanks so much, bro, for the 5 channel memberships. Really, really appreciate that, guys. We are almost to the halfway point. We're getting so close. We're getting so close. I know we can get there. Okay.
People, that it sort of was never accessible to the majority of Black people, but increasingly it's impossible to have a male breadwinner with a housewife for the vast majority of working class people. And unfortunately, that is not because of the expansion of feminism or queer liberation or anything else. It would be much more positive if that was the driving core of it. But instead, the economic crisis that has gripped the capitalist world for decades and the difficulty of working class social reproduction. And that this entails some more freedom for queer people, for women in some ways, but at a really grave cost, which is the increasing control by employers, by the market, the need to go out and get a job, the kinds of abuses that happen in the workplace or the labor market. And so throughout the essay, I'm sort of looking at the state, the market, and the family as the 3 main modes of working class social reproduction, and how
the state, the market, and the family, the 3 working class modes of social reproduction. I call BS. No one gives a fuck about your opinion. Why do I have to do this literally every Socialism Saturday? Bro, no one cares about your opinion. No one cares about your fucking feelings. We do not debunk on Socialism Saturday. I played you a whole fucking rules video before we started the stream saying, do not debunk them, you stupid motherfucker. And you aren't listening. So no one cares what you think. This is about learning their ideology. It's not about listening to you because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Queer liberation means the annihilation of capitalism. Exactly. Oh, now I'm a lefty. One in the chat. Guys, I'm sorry, we have to do this. We have a retard in the chat. One in the chat if we deport the retard. Two in the chat if we allow the retard to stay. Should we give him one chance? Hey, Border Wall, I need you to pay close attention to this instructional video. Okay, pay close attention. Listen.
You take your top lip and connect it to your bottom lip, you will shut the fuck up. Sometimes shutting the fuck up is the best thing you can do.
Okay, Border Wall, do we understand what we're doing here? I need a lot of people in the chat want to deport you, bro. So I'm going to need, if I'm going to give you a brief reprieve, I need confirmation that you understand what we are doing here. You are in a classroom to learn about the far left. If you don't want to learn about the far left, you can get the fuck out. I need you to say, yes, I am willing to learn about the far left, Karlyn, in the chat, or else I am going to deport your ass. You have 30 seconds. I don't want to hear anything else. I don't want to hear whining. I don't want to hear complaining. I don't want to hear anything else other than, yes, Karlyn, I am here to learn. Oh, you already understand? Oh, no. I gave you a brief reprieve and you squandered it. Deported motherfucker. Go away.
Liberatory politics of the family
I know you're
for
like
our
the one
era
who
must
got us.
necessarily challenge all three. So rather than seeing the social reproduction of the family being taken up in the market as we are, right, as you can drop your laundry off, you can pick up fast.
Okay, social reproduction theory. Let's go back and make sure people understand this. Again, I apologize if you've heard me say this a million times. There are always new people watching, so we have to make sure we bring the new people along with us. Social reproduction theory is the basis of why they want to abolish the nuclear family. Social reproduction theory says that social systems will reproduce themselves until they are abolished. So in reference to the nuclear family, they believe the nuclear family recreates capitalism when parents have children, raise them with capitalist values, and then send them out into the world to be oppressed by capitalism. They believe that the nuclear family is literally the means of reproduction of the capitalist system. That is because of social reproduction theory. Social systems will reproduce themselves until they are disrupted. They want to abolish the nuclear family to disrupt the social reproduction of normative capitalist values. One in the chat if you understand what I just said. Two in the chat if you are confused. Yeah, it's a pronoun person. It's a non-binary person. Yes. Yeah. Okay. Lots of ones. Guys, if you have questions, please ask them.
The market and the family as the three main modes of working class social reproduction, and how any liberatory politics of the family for our era must necessarily challenge all three.
Oh.
So rather than seeing the social reproduction of the family being taken up in the market as we are, right, as you can drop your laundry off, you can pick up fast food, you can drop your kids off, you can do all these marketized services that replace elements of family labor, or the state in like state-owned creches or something, that recognizing that all of these are different forms of capitalist domination in working class people's lives, and then any sort of like that what we need is a vision of liberation that moves simultaneously beyond the family, the market, and the state.
Did everyone understand what Emmy O'Brien just said in relation to what I explained to you about why they want to abolish the nuclear family? What we're doing, guys, is I'm explaining to you what they believe, and then I want you to listen to them actually say it, because we're learning how to speak their language. And then I want to know if you understand it. No. This is no. Translation. They throw a tantrum because their parents didn't leave well. Then, no. Hey, lady, I need you to watch this short instructional video for me.
You take your top lip and connect it to your bottom lip, you will shut the fuck up. Sometimes shutting the fuck up is the best thing you can do.
I'm literally giving you an in-depth explanation and breakdown for what they believe. Your opinion on that is not fucking required, and everything that you just said is actually wrong. Gonna have to play that video a lot today. Listen again.
And so throughout the essay, I'm sort of looking at the state, the market, and the family as the three main modes of working class social reproduction, and how any liberatory politics of the family for our era must necessarily challenge all three. So rather than seeing the social reproduction of the family being taken up in the market as we are, right, as you can drop your laundry off, you can pick up fast food, you can drop your kids off, you can do all these marketized services that replace elements of family labor, or the state in like state-owned creches or something, that recognizing that all of these are different forms of capitalist domination in working class people's lives, and then any sort of like that what we need is a vision of liberation that moves simultaneously beyond the family, the market, and the state. So that's my argument.
We need a vision of liberation that moves beyond the family, the market, and the state. That means they believe in order to achieve liberation, which is to free oneself from capitalism, we need to get rid of the family, the nuclear family unit that reproduces capitalism, the market, that means abolish money, and the state, that means abolish the government. Okay?
That's so impressively lucid. Okay, so that sets us up really nicely. So you mentioned that the male breadwinner family wasn't available to Black families in the United States. So when we talk about the family, it's really like the white family that we're talking about. And this comes up a lot within...
The male breadwinner wasn't available. This is, okay. I love it when communists get unintentionally extremely racist. I have heard them say this in more than one presentation. Okay. There are two reasons that they believe the Black family doesn't count when it comes to the nuclear family argument. The first and most obvious reason is that Black people in general are not property owners. I'm explaining what they believe. So if Black people are like renters and they're lower class, they're not property owners, then that is outside of the nuclear family because they don't have generational wealth to pass from parent to child. However, I have also heard them say or allude very strongly to the fact that the Black family cannot be a nuclear family because Black men tend not to stick around in the household. Black families don't have fathers. It's not a partnered, propertied relationship. And so really what they're saying is Black men basically abandon their baby mamas and their children. And because Black men abandon their baby mamas and their children, they can't be considered the nuclear family. I swear to God. I love it when they're fucking unintentionally racist. It's so fucking funny.
State. So that's my argument.
Obviously, we just allow racism here. No racism allowed.
Okay, so that sets us up really nicely. So you mentioned that the male breadwinner family wasn't available to Black families in the United States. So when we talk about the family, it's really like the white family that we're talking about.
The male breadwinner family, listen, the male breadwinner family isn't available to Black families in the United States. How would that be possible if the male breadwinner family wasn't available to Black families? The only way in which the male breadwinner family is not available to Black families is if Black families are fatherless because all the fucking men leave. Does everyone get it? They're being unintentionally extremely fucking racist. I can't believe, why would they do such an evil thing? Why would they be perpetrating this racism on the world? It's just like, God, you're a university professor, Alex Stoffel.
Sets us up really nicely. So you mentioned that the male breadwinner family wasn't available to Black families in the United States. So when we talk about the family, it's really like the white family that we're talking about. And this comes up a lot within critiques of family abolition. So there are sort of familiar critiques within Black studies and postcolonial literature. And I found this quote from a 1982 piece by Hazel Carby, where she writes that we would not wish to deny that the family can be a source of oppression for us, but we also wish to examine how the Black family has functioned as a prime source of resistance to opposition, to oppression.
Absolutely.
We need to recognize that during slavery, periods of colonialism, and under the present authoritarian state, the Black family has been a site of political and cultural resistance to racism. So this was back in the 80s, but also recently we've seen a number of voices, once again, sort of reiterating some of these criticisms of family abolition. And I just wanted to ask how proponents of family abolition have responded to some of these critiques or incorporated them within the political current.
Yeah, I think this is really such a crucial question, and my essay tries to take that up, as does my essay in Pinko. And we need a lot more work that grapples with some of the fascinating work on natal alienation.
Yes. Unironically, yes. If a Black family has a mother and a father, and they own a house, and they own a little bit of land, and they are raising their kids to go to school and to get good jobs and to someday marry their own spouse and buy their own house and buy their own property, yes, they call them white. Yeah, they literally do. It's called multiracial whiteness. Look it up. You can see news stories in NPR about this, the Washington Post about this. They called Larry Elder the black face of white supremacy. White means property owner. It does not mean skin color. So if you are a Black family that is a nuclear family with a mother and a father and a house and a little bit of property and a little bit of wealth that you can pass on to your kids, you are considered to be white because you have assimilated to white capitalist bourgeois values. Yes. It's like exactly. The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. That family was a white supremacist family. Exactly.
Nation of kinship in Black communities and Black insurgency, and thinking about that alongside the histories of queer liberation and feminism. What I would say is that family abolition absolutely does not call, or no family abolitionists that I know personally, none that I know that are published, certainly none that I would support, the further erosion and breakdown of people's ability to form relationships of care that humans need.
Relationships of care are different than relationships of kin. Relationships of care are like the family of choice, the people who choose to care for each other like good comrades in solidarity outside of the capitalist, biological, nuclear family, because it is a reference to private property ownership. Bourgeois means capitalist. Capitalist means private property ownership. The bourgeois family is the property-owning family. So relationships of care. So think of like the comrades on the commune that exist in solidarity with each other. You guys know how socialists wear masks at their events. The reason socialists wear masks at their events is because it is a practice in community care, in caring for your other comrades in the way that you care about yourself. That is a relationship of care that is separate from the biological family. She's talking about just people having human relationships versus people being forced to have those relationships based on kinship.
enormous amount of care as infants, as old people, when we're disabled. We need love. We need access to healthy sexual relationships. We need people that we can live with, that we need lots of care, and that family abolition necessarily is not the destruction of relationships of care, nor their replacement by the state or the market, but instead their expansion throughout society in such a way that
guys, I need you to listen when I define terms, because I really detest having to repeat myself multiple times in the same stream. Bourgeois means property owning. If you are a middle class family and you own a home and you own land, you are a property owner. If you are a bourgeois family, if you are an upper class family and you own property and land, you are a bourgeois family. Bourgeois is a reference to capitalism, which means private property ownership. If you own private property that you use for your exclusive use and you exclude other people from it, you are a bourgeois family. I really need to emphasize this, guys. People like to get creative with the definitions. They like to say, so Karlyn, what you really mean is, no, I am telling you what I really mean. My language is extremely specific. I've been doing this a long time. Don't take what I'm saying and try to invent a new definition. I never said bourgeois means middle class. I said bourgeois means private property ownership, which is the very definition of capitalism that they have. You need to replace bourgeois every time you hear it with capitalist. Okay? W's in the chat, Tolkien fan. Thank you so much for the channel membership. Really appreciate that, bro. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Guys, if I teach you something new tonight, please feel free to thank me by gifting a channel membership out to the community, helping us get to that goal. That would be really great.
That people are able to exercise far greater range of choices about their gender expression and their sexual relationships without it telling economic costs. And so absolutely, for large numbers of working class people, certainly for large numbers of Black Americans, the family has been a really
this is a good question. Do the more extreme people live together in a commune? In a manner of speaking, sometimes they do. There are some people that they live in polycules. So one of their answers to the nuclear family is being in a polycule. So that the nuclear family, the monogamous relationship between two people is a propertied relationship. They view polyamory as one of the ways to queer the nuclear family. Now, not everyone who is polyamorous is a queer Marxist, but a lot of queer Marxists are polyamorous. So it might not be on a commune per se, but there are some of them that they live in polycules. So they have a communal environment where the kids belong to everyone. Is not one set of parents. The kids belong to everyone. There are some you'll occasionally hear about they try to live in the same apartment building or something to help each other out, to all be in the same place. But the fact is they still live in capitalist society, and so they still have to navigate that. There aren't a ton of communes with queer Marxists running around, but there are communities that do develop, and they try to help each other out and live according to the values that they have based on queer Marxism. It's a good question.
Important mechanism of defense against certain forms of state violence. It has many contradictions.
So one of the definitions of capitalism is parental rights. Parental rights over your kids are considered to be a form of property ownership. This has to do with the passing of generational wealth from parent to child. It also has to do with private health insurance, parents only, children having access to healthcare based on the healthcare of their parents. So yes, they do believe that the kids belong to everyone. They do not want parental rights to exist. This is where every attack on parental rights comes from. They're trying to abolish them because they believe parental rights are considered to be a form of private property ownership where parents literally own their kids. That is where the idea of it takes a village to raise a child comes from. If I have made someone a fucking mod, do not fucking question my mods, and don't fucking talk back to my mods. Respect my mods. My mods are my best supporters on the channel. So do not fucking give him any lip. Thanks, Dory, for the super chat. Here's an idea: if you want to get rid of some of your excess bags, you could do a giveaway. No, I'm going to sell my bags. Like, I'm not getting, like, no offense, guys, but if I feel like giving away if I feel like getting rid of some of my bags, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go and sell them, and I'm going to make hundreds of dollars. I just saw one of my bags today. I was at the mall, like, getting some steps in, and they had, like, a luxury resale store at the mall that I'd never been in before, and I went in the luxury resale store at the mall, and there in the middle of the fucking wall is literally one of the bags that I own for $1,000 more than what I fucking paid for it. And I was like, shit. I could sell that bag and make $1,000 right now. That can buy me as many as 2 more bags just on the profit. And actually 3 more bags if I want to add in the original $500 that I fucking paid for it. So no offense, I'm not going to be giving away my luxury bags to you guys. If I want to get rid of a luxury bag, I'm going to sell it. I'm going to profit. Maybe the ones I get from China, I might give away the ones from China, at some point, because I can't sell those. Like, those have to be giveaways. But the ones I get from China are really fucking nice too. So that would actually be an awesome giveaway if I decided to do that.
Providing that, provides it to some people more than others, but that system of care is not like the efforts of mass incarceration, border detention policies, like all of these systems through which the economic needs of migration, through which the market or the state might erode people's ability to care for each other. As communists, the only answer is to fight those institutions, to fight those state policies, to fight the domination of the market, and to expand people's ability to form whatever kind of relationships are supportive and loving to them. Certainly, my critique is mainly of the white family, but it's not exclusively. That
white family means bourgeois capitalist family.
Actually, I think that proletarian people, Black people, lots of other folks around the world have to rely on their family as their main form of support entails lots of problems for queer and trans people. And like, I'm really interested in research that has drawn attention to the enthusiasm of Black people entering into urbanization with being able to have sex outside of a marital relation, being able to escape the coercive heterosexuality of the Jim Crow sharecropping system, of recognizing that like Black sexual freedom, Black queer freedom, Black feminist freedom, which haven't always been opposed to the Black family, but have been absolutely opposed to a certain kind of violent heterosexuality that was...
Okay. Again, you gotta understand. I know this is confusing. When Emmy O'Brien is saying Black, they, them is not saying skin color. They are saying proletarian or oppressed. When they're talking about Black people having sex outside of their family, they're talking about basically obfuscating the propertied relationship of marriage, because they believe that marriage as an institution is a propertied relationship where one spouse owns the other spouse. Therefore, if you have sex outside of your marital unit, you are basically rebelling against the capitalist system. That is why polyamory is how they are queering the marriage, by having people have multiple sexual partners. So again, she's not talking about skin color. She's talking about who is the oppressor, who is the bourgeois, who is the oppressed, who's the proletariat. They, them even said the proletarian family at the beginning of this. They interchange proletarian and Black in the same way that they interchange white and bourgeois.
Was a part of sharecropping in particular in the United States and a part of American racism. And so that I'm interested both in sort of like primarily critiquing the most normative oppressive families, while also recognizing that even radical families, even queer families, even working class
Ben Shaw says, so they just want to be able to fuck everyone. Well, it's not exactly that simple. Again, I really encourage you guys to stop making shit up based on trying to own the libs. So what you're really saying is they just want to fuck everyone. Well, no, that's actually not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is they believe that monogamous marriage is a propertied relationship in which one person owns another person. Capitalism is defined as private property ownership. They want to abolish capitalism. Therefore, they want to abolish marriage because they believe that marriage is a propertied relationship in which the spouses literally own each other. The antidote to a propertied relationship is to be able to fuck whoever you want. That is not the goal. It is not about sex. It is about the principle of you own your body, no one else owns you. Therefore, you should be able to fuck whoever you want or date whoever you want or live with whoever you want, whether that be one person or 5 people or 10 people in a massive fuck off polycule. It is a rebellion against the capitalist institution of marriage. So again, I do not want to have to fucking repeat this again, guys. Stop fucking with the definitions to own the libs and to make yourself feel morally superior. It doesn't work. It's not helpful. It's not teaching you anything. And every time you do it, I'm going to yell at you guys. And the yelling is going to get worse, especially since we aren't even halfway to our channel membership goal yet. The yelling is going to get worse the more you guys do this on the stream. I mean what I say when I give you the definitions. When you guys get creative in trying to own the libs, that's when things start getting fucked up and you start confusing people. More listening, less talking.
Families, it bear within them contradictions that only by expanding the circles of care can we meaningfully address those to really meet the needs of queer and trans people, of women, of lots and lots of other people who might survive through families, but at significant cost.
Yeah, that was a great answer. I think one of the hard things also when we try to have like this materialist analysis of the transformation.
Moon Goddess, you just went and did the thing I told you guys to stop doing. Is it designed to undermine faithfulness and trust between No. No. They do not want why do I have to keep repeating myself? They do not want people to get married in the first place because marriage represents a propertied relationship in which one person owns another person. So again, stop making things up and listen to the very specific words that I am saying, and you're going to have a lot less questions if you listen to the very specific words that I am saying, I promise you. Okay, we are learning how to speak their language. This is unhelpful. If you are not willing to learn to speak their language, you don't need to be here. Get the fuck out. Yeah, people who know how to speak more than one language understand this stuff easier. You're 100% right. Conservatives like to pretend they fucking know everything. So true, so true, so true. The yellings and deportations will continue until people shut the fuck up and listen. Real. Welcome, RCF Gum to the channel. We appreciate you supporting the cult, bro. We are now up to 40% of our member goal. Hey, we're still making progress, even though I'm yelling at people and berating them. That's pretty fucking great. No, you were trying to own. I've been doing this a long time. I know what it looks like when I see it. Under collective raising of children, what would happen to their last names? You know, that's a great fucking question. That is a great question. I don't know the answer to that. I've never heard them talk about that, but that is a really fair question, and it's something that if I ever find an answer to, I will let you know. Monogamy won't be banned in the utopia. If two people want to be monogamous, they can. They want to ban the idea of monogamy as the norm, the capitalist norm that everyone is expected to conform to. Very important point, Mizakan. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Of capitalism is that it demands from us to have kind of this strange relationship with what capitalism has brought in the way of observing some veneers to some opening towards.
Hang on, what did you just say again?
One of the hard things also when we try to have like this materialist analysis of the transformations of capitalism is that it demands from us to have kind of this strange relationship with what capitalism has brought in the way of observing some venues to some opening towards some more forms of freedom that at the same time dialectically bring new forms of domination. And that's kind of a thing that sometimes evades our way of thinking, just like to think in dichotomies of like either good or bad, for instance. And that's things. I wanted to talk about something that you mentioned in the introduction as well that I find interesting, and I would like to know what you think about this. So one of our personal interests also with this channel is to understand the different ways in which the development of the labor movement and or Marxism has contributed to alienate particular groups from developing their self-conscious identification as part of the working class, or how these tendencies sometimes is even mean now re-enhanced in the like most romantic reactionary Marxist recall of the past strong labor movements, and how this sometimes it even turns against some sort of like very poor criticism of like queer movements of feminism as like eroding class solidarity, for instance. Yeah. And so this difficult relation between those that are placed outside the working class is dialectical and paradoxical in the way that while they have been put outside, Marxism has many times provided like the analytical tools to understand the roots of the logic of their operation, even though like many times it was outside the more orthodox labor movement, if you want to put it like that. Although like there's always been like a complex relation there. So I was compelled to think from your text about the way in which this call for family, the family unit and the respectability of the family within the working class has contributed to fractured solidarity between like some sort of like part of the working class and those that are like the other parts, like the lumpen proletariats, queers, sex workers, or like even colonial subjects. And what does it mean for how we think about contemporary demands that could lead to the dramatical improvement in working class families, for instance, and not consolidate this division and between civilized working class families and racialized sexual deviants others?
Sure. I certainly ethically and politically, I think it's crucial, clearly, to trace out the long history of queer and women proletarians in struggle and challenging the gender and sexual normativity that's been a part of working class movements, the orthodox, socialist, or labor movement, and particularly, you know, looking at the racial contradictions in the United States and colonial contradictions globally in thinking about proletarian and anti-capitalist struggle is essential to make sense of anything about world history. One thing that I thought about in this essay that was challenging to me was thinking about how much was gained by consolidating an orthodox, conservative, exclusionary workers' movement in Europe. And in the
orthodox, conservative, exclusionary workers' movement. What they them is talking about is a populist movement. Like it's going to be like roughly akin to what MAGA claims to do, but doesn't really do. So the big thing I want to point out is capitalism is exclusionary. Communism, socialism is inclusionary. Capitalism excludes people who do not have access to the property, whether that be homes or land or health insurance or whatever the fuck. Socialism eliminates all exclusion and makes all the resources available to everyone. So when they them is saying an exclusionary movement, what they mean is a movement that has borders, a movement that has some people involved and other people not involved, whereas the commune, the socialist utopia, would have all resources available to everyone and is fundamentally inclusive rather than being exclusive. Does everyone understand this? One in the chat if you understand what I just explained, two in the chat if you don't understand it yet. The reason they don't like capitalism, private property ownership, is the resources are not available to everyone. The resources are exclusionary. They exclude people. They're only available to some people and not to other people. Whereas the socialist utopia, all the resources are available to all the people. What does that look like in real life? Socialism. What does capitalism look like in real life? You owning a piece of land and telling other people to get the fuck off your land.
United States, that right now all the people I encounter who like counterpose, you know, the sort of trans queer degenerates to working, you know, the true blue collar working class are clearly proto-fascists. Like they're so obviously steeped in a politics that will lead to terrible right-wing conclusions.
Yeah, so Viktor Orban giving tax credits to married children with families is exclusionary because only married couples with families. If Viktor Orban's only giving tax credits to some people and not other people, that is an example of capitalism because it is exclusionary.
And they are political enemies of any meaningful proletarian struggle. And I would locate sort of currents of the dirtbag left, of the sort of elements of the DSA, elements, you know, this sort of like
the DSA.
We have the only socialist identified op-ed columnist in the New York Times has been targeting queer and trans people and suggesting in Twitter recently that trans people who support gender self-determination for children are pedophiles.
Oh!
You know, there's a just incredibly nasty edge. That it can be hard to remember that in the 1890s, the same sort of culturally conservative turn in socialist politics won a massive improvement for a strata of the working class at grave cost to the long-term future of communist struggle. But they won the franchise, they won a huge economic improvement in the standard of living.
I want people to know this. Emmy O'Brien has a kid in real life. Just in case people are thinking the only reason that Emmy O'Brien wants to abolish the family is Emmy O'Brien doesn't have kids because da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. No. Emmy O'Brien has a kid in real life. This was 4 years ago, but the principles have not changed. The only thing that has changed is now Emmy O'Brien has written a book saying all of this stuff in a book, whereas 4 years ago, them just had an essay. So none of the principles that they're talking about have changed, even though this was recorded 4 years ago.
They won much safer workplaces. They won
we don't know
running water, like just a massive improvement in public health. And they significantly expanded overall progressive state policies that benefited lots of other people. And I could see how someone could fantasize that this might be possible again. But the truth is the dynamics of capitalist crisis, it will never be possible again. That this sort of vision of the white male working class being able to win a whole host.
Really? This is the day that Karl Marx became a good communist? Oh, great. Happy Karl Marx Day.
Like a social democratic society fundamentally misreads how much capitalism has changed. And back then it might have been a devil's bargain that undermined the long-term insurgent power of the working class, excluded huge sections of the working class, of proletarians out of the official working class.
Yeah.
You know,
I wish I had a pie as well. I was thinking about that earlier today, man. I was thinking about that and then I'm like, I can't eat pie. I can't eat it. I'm relegated. It is a carb. I cannot eat any carbs because if I eat anything with carbs in it, I will gain 3 pounds overnight. And that is currently antithetical to my goals. I can't even fucking eat pie on Pie Day. I can't even eat a pizza on Pie Day. Can't even eat a pizza. Hey, Barbie, there's no fucking whining when you come back from a timeout. If you got put in a timeout, it's because you were saying something retarded in the chat and one of the mods decided to make it so that you could not speak. So think about whatever you said before you got put in the timeout. Take the timeout like a fucking man. Do not whine and complain about being in the timeout and don't say stupid shit in the chat again. Because because I'm a little cranky because I can't have fucking carbs and everyone else can have pie today and I can't have pie and it sucks, okay? It sucks.
He organized socialist politics around bourgeois respectability, but it did so with massive victories to show for it. And now the dynamics of kind of white maleness can only maintain power by consolidating across class white supremacy.
Yeah. That's right. March 14th, the day that Karl Marx died. That's what you mean. I totally fucking forgot. I released my book, Debunking the Communist Manifesto, on March 14th last year. Holy shit. Happy anniversary, Debunking the Communist Manifesto, which I literally released on Karl Marx's death day last year. Hey, Barbie, what was difficult to understand about no fucking whining? You got put in a timeout. Accept the fucking timeout. Do not whine and complain about the timeout. Don't say retarded shit again. It's really that simple. I don't want to hear any more words about it, or I'm going to put you in a timeout. And if you keep whining, I'm going to remove you from the channel. That's how we roll here. W's in the chat, old Sub-Sailor. Appreciate the 5 channel memberships, bro. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You had cheese and broccoli today? That actually sounds really great. That actually sounds awesome. All I ate was chicken, and it was fine. It was fine, but it was just chicken. That's it. That's all I'm allowed to eat anymore.
This patriarchal bloc we see in figures like Trump, and they cannot translate into meaningful economic benefits, that the crisis of capitalism is too deep, and that there's no way forward without thinking about a strategy that actually includes the broad heterogeneity and richness and diversity of the actually existing proletarians. That doesn't just take a sliver of the most privileged and sort of fashion a fantasy labor movement out of that. And that the people doing that now, it's a horrible dead end that will lead nowhere.
Felix, did you have a follow-up? That was such a crucial point. Okay, because when we look at politics today, this is often counterposed with sort of like queer commune building. So there's all kinds of like creative reimaginings of family life that we find today. And many of the people engaged in those efforts argue that their experimental forms of communal living also prefigure the abolition of the family, or even indeed that they prefigure communism. So
communal living prefigures the abolition of the nuclear family, because on the commune, everyone belongs to everyone else. Everyone takes care of everyone else. Everyone is in solidarity with everyone else, including the children.
Of like creative reimaginings of family life that we find today. And many of the people engaged in those efforts argue that their experimental forms of communal living also prefigure the abolition of the family, or even indeed that they prefigure communism. And you briefly touch on this towards the end of the essay. There's this one quote where you write, "The aspirations of queer, feminist, and Black leftists to love and care for each other in the face of the brutality of this world cannot be realized in conditions of generalized market dependency. Today's queer community does not and cannot prefigure communism." I was wondering if you could expand on this a little bit. And also, I guess sort of like the next follow-up question is how just in general, how you think the program for family abolition can be framed as part of a shared horizon for sexual and gender emancipation.
Sure.
Family abolition is part of the shared horizon of gender and sexual liberation. Gender liberation means to abolish all gender. Sexual liberation means to go outside the confines of the monogamous relationship, which they believe is a propertied relationship.
So I elaborate on this a bit in my article in Pinko, Communism and Care, in the first issue of Pinko, where I try to sort of think about the future of family abolition, if this essay is about its past. So I think whatever proletarians do to love for and care for each other is wonderful. And that can take the form of Black families, that can take the form of chosen families across a lot.
Pinko is a queer Marxist magazine. It's like a periodical. We keep an eye on it. They publish rather sporadically, but if you keep hearing references to Pinko, hang on, I'll bring it up so you guys can see it. Pinko, no. Pinko magazine. The website is Pinko Online. So you can find their stuff there. But Emmy O'Brien is basically one of the creators of this queer communist magazine. And so if you want to go back and see like what they're talking about and what they publish about, there it is. It's pinko.online.
A lot of different sectors in society that can take the form of queer communes. These things are all to be celebrated, to be defended, to be grappled with. They all entail lots of contradictions, but they when you actually get down to looking at the dynamics of queer communes, the pressures on them within a capitalist society are tremendous, where, you know, like, how do you acquire land? How do you keep paying the rent? How do you keep the bills paid, right, of utilities? And the class dynamics, the racial dynamics that play out within queer communes, the power dynamics that play out within them, the pressures around like people living in this very particular chosen way until they are either sort of age out and because they're class privileged move up in the labor market and want more space, or because they're not class privileged are no longer able to afford to continue to live there, right? And so you see, you know, these brief moments of people in their like early 20s that are extremely difficult to sustain and are constantly under a lot of pressure. I have spent a lot of time living in queer communes and loving them and watching people have children and getting very little support from their like long-term chosen family.
Oh, Emmy O'Brien, they them has lived on queer communes where they them watches people have a lot of children, and then they get more support from the people in the queer commune than they do from their biological or their no, I guess getting very little support from their long-term chosen family. I don't even know what that means. I guess we'll have to listen to that. But the bigger like point I want to make is they're having children. This is not about abolish the family on the left is not about aborting all their children. And Tim Pool is a fucking retard every time he says the left is going to abort all their children. Even the most staunch abolish the family communists who have literally written books about abolishing the family, they have kids. Queer Marxists have kids. They just raise them with fundamentally different values about not assimilating to normative society and abolishing the family and everyone belonging to everyone else and that sort of thing. Okay, listen.
Moments of people in their like early 20s that are extremely difficult to sustain and are constantly under a lot of pressure. I have spent a lot of time living in queer communes and loving them and watching people have children and getting very little support from their like long-term chosen family. And so it's not, we shouldn't be surprised in our capitalist society that efforts at alternative chosen family end up taking on some of the contradictions and limitations of other kinds of family because—
Oh, that's funny. Okay. Here's what Emmy O'Brien is saying. They them is saying that on the queer communes in which they've lived, people have had children within their polyamorous chosen family that is outside of the nuclear family, and then they don't get a lot of help with those children from their chosen family. And the reason that they don't get a lot of help with those children is because the queer communes still exist within capitalism. So the queer communes are surrounded by capitalism. Therefore, because they are surrounded by capitalism, capitalism invades the queer communes. And that's what gives people the idea that they don't actually have to help out with the kids within the chosen family because their minds are still colonized by capitalism. Does everyone understand that? Listen again.
I have spent a lot of time living in queer communes and loving them, and watching people have children and getting very little support from their like long-term chosen family. And so it's not, we shouldn't be surprised in our capitalist society that efforts at alternative chosen family end up taking on some of the contradictions and limitations of other kinds of family because they are within a sea of capitalist social relations. And
so generally speaking, communists and socialists believe real communism hasn't been tried, real socialism hasn't been tried, because socialist or communist countries are always surrounded by capitalist countries. And so they do not believe that a socialist or communist country can survive long term surrounded by capitalist countries, because the capitalist countries will ultimately try to destroy it because they want everyone to assimilate to capitalism. And so therefore, the only true form of socialism or communism, and I'm using those terms relatively interchangeably for our purposes here, the only true forms of socialism and communism are global socialism and communism where there are no capitalist countries. In the same way that socialists believe that socialist or communist countries cannot exist or be successful surrounded by capitalist countries, they also believe that queer socialist communes cannot be successful if they are surrounded by capitalism, if they exist within a capitalist environment. If capitalism exists, then capitalism will become an invading force that tries to influence the pure social utopia that is created by socialism or communism. Does everyone understand that? Emmy O'Brien is saying, even on these queer communes, we are surrounded by capitalism, and so the undue influence of capitalist social relations will always exist within the queer commune as long as we are surrounded by capitalism.
Very skeptical that creating small alternative pockets have much of anything to do with communism. They might, in some settings, become a part of a much broader communist project, but whether they're short-term or long-term, that what it takes to reproduce yourself in a capitalist society is to...
Again, I need you to pay close attention to this short informational video.
You take your top lip and connect it to your bottom lip, you will shut the fuck up. Sometimes shutting the fuck up is the best thing you can do.
When I tell you assholes to stop making shit up, this is exactly what I mean. Oh, so what you're really saying is it's everyone else's fault. No, that's actually literally not what I said at all. What I said is they do not believe that communism or socialism can exist as long as it's surrounded by capitalism, because they believe that capitalism will inevitably infect and then destroy the pure communist social experiment. That's not saying everyone else's fault. You made that up. Stop fucking doing that. Shut the fuck up and listen. So they don't help their comrades. Okay. We're putting people in a timeout now. We're putting people in a timeout because I can't take this shit anymore. Conservative retards, if you don't have something intelligent to say, I need you to do explicitly this.
You take your top lip and connect it to your bottom lip, you will shut the fuck up. Sometimes shutting the fuck up is the best thing you can do.
I am deadly serious. We've got a fuck ton of content to get through tonight. I am sick and tired of having to stop the video to tell the conservative retards to shut the fuck up, because you're taking what I'm saying and twisting it into something it didn't mean to own the libs and to make yourself feel better. Shut the fuck up and listen. And if you don't have something intelligent to add to the discussion, keep your mouth shut.
Take on some of the core characteristics of what's necessary for survival under capitalism. I am interested in the commune sort of chosen family structures as they unfold in expanding moments of mass insurgency. So that's something that I take very seriously. And in Pinko, I begin to talk about this. So during...
Yeah, I know if I yell and admonish people, old sub comes through. W's in the chat, old sub sailor, getting us over the halfway point. We are now halfway to our channel membership goal for the day. Thanks so much, bro. Your support means the world to me. I really, really, really do appreciate it.
Moments of Occupy Wall Street during the mass teacher strikes and mass insurgencies in Oaxaca a few years ago, during sort of looking at some of the dynamics in the late 1960s during periods of mass insurgency, and particularly sort of thinking about a communizing scenario. So a scenario where millions of proletarians are in direct revolt against the state and market relations and directly seizing the means of production and the means of reproducing social life. How would people reproduce themselves in that context? And there's a quite elegant Angry Workers article that sort of surveys that what a communizing scenario could mean in the United Kingdom. And they suggest people organizing themselves in social reproduction units of about 200. And this makes a lot of sense to me, that if you're trying to organize consumption, particularly, not production, but consumption of like, who do you acquire food for and redistribute food for and cook for, like the unit of about 200 could work really well. And so this sort of model of the commune.
So they're talking about creating communes with about 200 people because that's about the like appropriate number they believe to have a functioning social system that is outside the bounds of capitalism.
This vision of the commune, which in this sort of framework, it makes very little difference if anyone prefigures anything right now, or if anyone tries to create those, but trying instead to think about family abolition as something that could only occur during mass communizing struggle. And in that context, that it could take the form of the commune as a strategy of reproduction and survival. So that's some of where my thinking ended up going, and I continue to be interested in that. Anyhow, this touches on something else, but I briefly lost the thread. Maybe I'll come
mood modifying. I appreciate it.
No, and actually we should link both of also that Pinko essay in the description, because it's so good for thinking about these contradictions within various family forms. I actually have another question, which is, if we periodize the history of the family within capitalist development, these analyses tend to stress how the family has been deeply functional to capitalism in all of its various iterations, as a sort of sphere of privatized social reproduction.
Capitalism is a sphere of privatized social reproduction. The nuclear family is a sphere of privatized social reproduction. That should sound very familiar if you've been listening to me throughout this stream.
Development. These analyses tend to stress how the family has been deeply functional to capitalism in all of its various iterations, as a sort of sphere of privatized social reproduction. Can you say something about where you? So the family is deeply functional to capital. Can you say something about the state?
Well, that's not my argument.
Okay, sorry. Well then,
I have a non-functional argument.
Okay, so then can you tell us how like we escape this sort of functionalism, but also perhaps say something about the relation between the family and the state?
Sure. I think the family form was very functional for settler colonialism. And I don't write about that in the essay, but I think if you looked at the frontier of the
settler colonialism means stealing land from the indigenous people and privatizing it under the oppressive force of capitalism. The nuclear family is critical to settler colonialism because it reproduces the capitalist system.
United States and Canada or Australia, the heterosexual white family form was really essential to settler colonialism. That in the absence of sort of generalized market relations and a well-functioning state, when you had settlers out on the frontier figuring out how to participate in a campaign of genocide and colonial expansion, that they really needed the family form in order to be able to do that. So I think you can look at the history of settler colonialism, both in terms of an imposition of the family on indigenous peoples and the necessity of the white family for that expansion. Once you have generalized market relations or a well-functioning settler society, I think the family is not essential. And so the breakdown of the family has not entailed a significant crisis of capitalism, for example. So I don't think there's much of anything necessary about the family. You just need some way of like raising children and getting people into the workforce, and that there are a wide variety of ways of doing that. There's been a lot of great research. Kate Doyle Griffiths, a comrade and friend, has thought a lot about the dynamics of apartheid South Africa.
Oh, isn't that interesting? Kate Doyle Griffiths. When I first encountered Kate Doyle Griffiths, them's name was Cade Doyle Griffiths, and Cade was a non-binary them that presented at the Socialism Conference on the topic of transgender Marxism. But Emmy O'Brien seems to be telling us that at some point, Cade Doyle Griffith was named Kate Doyle Griffith. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting? You know what, old sub? Other people in the chat have to step up, and it doesn't always need to be you. Guys, listen. I know that old sub Sailor will continue contributing memberships if you guys don't do it. I know he will, because he is that supportive of my work. I know that if Cynthia was here, she would be contributing memberships. What I need is there are well over 250 people watching me right now on various platforms. I need other people to step up, guys. We got to meet the channel membership goal. We got 50 more. If 5 people each donate 10 channel memberships, we're already there. If 10 people each donate 5 channel memberships, we're already there. If 50 people donate 1 single channel membership, then we are already there. It's $5, guys. If you appreciate the work I'm doing, if I'm teaching you anything, if you find value in this and you want to see this stuff continue, please consider funding it, whether it be $5 or $25 or $100 or like whatever you want to do is fine. But if you have the financial means to support this with a $5 fucking channel membership, please do it, because when we don't spread the wealth here, the burden gets shifted to just a few people who are amazing supporters, and I appreciate them so much. But really, I think everyone can afford to throw in $5. That's actually what I think. I think everyone can afford to throw in $5. Channelago, another great channel member. W's to you, bro. Thank you so much for another channel membership. Can we get a round of channel membership donations going? Can we just get like a little, let's do this. Let's do this. I want to see if people are finding value from this stream. If you are finding value from this stream, you can allow the stream to continue by donating a channel membership or 5 channel memberships or 10 channel memberships or 20 channel memberships or whatever the fuck you want. I don't really care. But can we get just a round of channel memberships going that are not coming from Old Sub Sailor, that are not coming from Chitalago, that are not coming from Cynthia, that are not coming from the same people who donate all the time? Can we do because if we can't do that, I'm going to assume that people don't find my work valuable, and I might just end the stream and go do something else. W Grillis, thank you for the channel membership. I really appreciate it, bro. Anyone else? Anyone else want to jump in? Get some W's in the chat? I'm serious, guys. I really will question if we can't meet our channel membership goals. I think that these goals are pretty fucking easy, if I'm being honest about it. W's to Lex for the 5 channel memberships. Really do appreciate that. Awesome, awesome. W's to Hans with another 5 channel memberships. See, now we're cooking. Now we're cooking with gas. Remember, guys, I will stop asking you guys for money and channel memberships after we meet the goal. Puzzles, thank you so much, bro. Appreciate that. W's for Puzzles in the chat. See, now we're cooking. Now we're cooking. See, this is what I wanted. What I wanted. Hans in with another 5. W's to Hans. Thank you so much, bro. You are a champion and a legend. Appreciate it. Guys, we're up to 70. We're not that far away from the goal. We can meet this goal right now if 30 people sent in 1 channel membership or if 6 people sent in 5 channel memberships. Anyone else? Anyone else want some W's? Ginny over on Rumble. W's Ginny getting in a channel membership over on Rumble. Really appreciate that. All right. Well, I guess the rest of you are a bunch of freeloaders. and you're welcome that I'm giving you this content for free. Chitalago W's, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And I hope before the end of the stream, I will convince the freeloaders to stop being freeloaders because it's rude, okay? It's rude. Hans in with the channel membership. 10 channel memberships. Holy shit, Hans. 10 channel memberships. We got Moon Goddess in with a channel membership. Moon Goddess. Look, we're getting so close, guys. We're up to 83. 83. We're almost there. I will stop bitching, complaining, and whining after we get there. Yo! Everyone. W's in the chat to Fosnots. W's because he just got us across the channel membership goal. Fosnots, thank you so much, bro. Really, really, really do appreciate it. You rock. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Now, listen, guys, listen. I'm going to stop asking you guys now. We met our channel membership goal. I'm going to stop asking you guys for money. We still got a lot of content to cover. But a promise is a promise. And we have met the goal. And I really do appreciate it. And please feel free to continue donating super chats and channel memberships and like whatever else. If you feel like it, you can still give me money. And that's totally fine. I will accept it benevolently, and I will use it to fund this work, and I do appreciate it, guys. Thank you. But I will stop asking now. I will stop haranguing. I will stop cajoling. I will stop guilt tripping, and because we met the goal. So I really appreciate it. Let's get back to the video.
Has thought a lot about the dynamics of apartheid South Africa, and black men were moved into dorms.
Reagan, you don't freeload. You are invaluable in many other ways, and I owe you a whole bunch of t-shirts from like a year ago, and don't think I haven't thought about that.
Associated with large business enterprises. This has happened in China on a huge scale, and Southeast Asia, of people working in dormitories associated with businesses, and the really interesting things that happen in these dynamics. And there are lots of other ways of doing social reproduction besides the family. My argument is that the family of the 1890s, being generalized to the working class or the white working class, was a product of class struggle. It was struggled for and obtained by the working class as a demand.
I have no idea how to say your name, but I don't recognize you, which makes me believe you may not have donated before. So W's. Thank you for the channel membership. Really appreciate it.
Of the upper strata of the working class, and the fact that they were modeling their demand off of bourgeois norms helped out with their struggle and helped out with it appealing.
Guys, breaking news. My husband has just come home, and my husband is about to discover that the dog got into the garbage while he was out. And I kind of you know what? I wanted my husband to experience this in real time, so I didn't clean it up. So there's like all sorts of like random shit strewn about the downstairs because the dog got into the garbage to seek out the chicken. And my husband's about to discover this, and I just wanted to share that with you guys. It's gonna be a great moment. He's gonna start yelling at the dog. It's gonna be great. Sean, thank you for the channel membership, bro. I really do appreciate it. There's nothing crazy. Yeah, Kobe got a little wild. He did. He was searching for some chicken, and he didn't find any.
The bourgeois liberals,
but he made him out.
And resonating sort of broadly, becoming more hegemonic in society. But the victory of male breadwinner families was not the result of bourgeois anxieties in the 1840s and 50s about the crisis of the working class family, or the many bourgeois social...
I can hear my husband going, Kobe, what the fuck?
Workers being like, how can we help working class people organize coherent families? Let's go out in communities and try to teach them about family norms, which happened, but those efforts were nowhere near to the scale to actually be able to impose family norms. And that by and large, employers had very little direct control over how people organized their private lives. And that instead it was the working class struggle itself that demanded and won this normative family. So it's a non-functional argument. In terms of the state, the thinking that I've seen most successful is really around looking at this in terms of settler colonialism. I've spent a lot of time reading kind of debates within the state about the family in the 1960s and the Black family, where it's like we need to figure out how to intervene in the fragmentation of Black families and encourage people to marry. You have, welfare reform involved, all these marriage incentives and trying.
We need to again. This is a part where Emmy O'Brien is being unintentionally, extremely racist, and they don't even realize it. Settler colonialism says that we need to intervene in Black families to encourage them to get married. What she's saying, them is saying is Black fathers don't marry the mother of their children. That is what them is saying. And that is why settler colonialism has to intervene in the Black family. Black not meaning skin color, Black meaning proletariat, but they believe all Black people are proletariats because Black men don't stay with their families and marry the mothers. That is what they're saying. Kobe the chicken junkie needs yeah, exactly. Kobe hasn't gotten his chicken today and he went looking for it. Listen again.
A lot of time reading kind of debates within the state about the family in the 1960s and the Black family, where it's like we need to figure out how to intervene in the fragmentation of Black families and encourage people to marry. You have,
Why isn't it allowed going full screen? There's something going on. Hang on. Ah, there it goes. Okay.
Welfare reform within the state.
Well, what they're saying too is welfare reform is trying to encourage marriage.
I've spent a lot of time reading kind of debates within the state about the family in the 1960s and the Black family, where it's like we need to figure out how to intervene in the fragmentation of Black families and encourage people to marry. You have, welfare reform involved, all these marriage incentives and trying to coerce people into marriage in various ways. And I don't think those state efforts are anywhere near organized enough or on a large enough scale to actually have a huge impact on how working class people choose to have sex or live together. That it's the sort of the modern welfare states have built into them various norms of families that have an influence on people's thinking and ideas, but actually they're not only the labor market and only people's mass desires are on a big enough scale to actually be able to define the structure of families.
Oh, that's actually that's interesting because it is quite different how many others are theorizing the family at the moment, but I also think really convincing as well. Felix, do you have any other questions?
No, I think it's really interesting, everything you've been discussing today. Also, challenging the functionalist understanding of family as there's a tendency of thinking that breaking the family in itself is challenging necessarily capitalism, but what we are talking about is a unit of privatized social reproduction, basically.
Yeah.
What she's saying, Moon Goddess, them, I don't even know why I keep calling Emmy O'Brien a she. Emmy O'Brien was born a man. So what them is saying is that the welfare system in America encouraged Black people to get married, which is a capitalist form of property relationship, and they shouldn't have had to get married to get access to the welfare. That is what them is saying.
And it can take many different forms, as you were saying, which I think is really, I found it really productive in the way of thinking about this, how you put it also in the essay, this idea of family being the product of class struggle. It is not that, otherwise we tend to see capitalism extends everywhere and adapts our social relations to that as a absolute force, and everything we observe is the result with some blockage that we have managed to put somehow through struggle, and that's not always the way it comes to be. I was thinking about some of the things you said before, but I think maybe we shouldn't go back to that because it's been very interested in everything we've been discussing. So I don't think I have really anything else to add. I don't know if you, Alex, has something else.
No, I just think we should link all the pieces. Also, didn't you also write a sort of like fictional account of life 200 years? I remember reading that a long time ago, and this morning it occurred to me that I think you wrote that. We should link them all because they're really great, and I would just encourage people to read the work.
Yeah, it's a fictional oral history of a young trans girl growing up in a commune in Newark, and sort of reflecting on the history of struggle, the creation of mass communes and the abolition of the family as she understands it, having grown up afterwards. And it was published in Comintern.
I have to say, I read it without knowing anything, with no I had no idea what I was getting myself into, and it took me an embarrassing long amount of time until I realized that it was fictional and not actually something. I thought it was like written today about this girl that had grown up I don't know how long ago, and I started Googling like what happened in Newark, but which says something about how sort of convincing and well written it is. Anyway, thanks so much. This has been a blast. I really enjoyed that conversation.
That is the end of that conversation, guys. I hope everyone enjoyed that. Now, we do still have a whole other conversation to go, and Alex Stoffel is in this conversation again. I cannot fucking believe that I didn't realize that Alex Stoffel was the person who did Rabbles of the World. How did I not fucking make that connection? This is why we need to go back and watch all this content. I'm actually not even sure that I ever watched this. Maybe other people watched this. I'm not sure I ever did, but this is a conversation on the same podcast. It's a lot longer. We got a lot more content to get through. And this is going to be about queer politics since the 90s. I explained the significance of that earlier. If you are new and you do not understand the significance of it, I need you to head over to my Substack. That is Karlyn, KARLYN.substack.com. Go to the New to My Work Start Here section, and at some point, watch the Introduction to Queer Marxism lecture, because the 90s were a pivotal time in regards to the evolution of queer Marxism in this country. The 90s and the 2000s is when there was a ton of infighting between the normie, Democrat, liberal gay rights activists who just wanted to be able to get gay married and that's it. And then the radical revolutionary queer Marxist anarcho-communists who wanted to overthrow all of society. The normie gay rights activists are the assimilationists. They are the ones that want to uphold capitalism. The anarcho-communist queer Marxists are the anti-assimilationists, the ones that want to abolish capitalism. If you need more explanation than that, rewind this stream to the beginning where I explain more of it, or go watch this video. This is also available on YouTube and Rumble if you want to watch it there instead. But let's dig into this. This is about an hour and a half long, so we got a long way to go, guys. Mount the like button if you have not already, and let's get this party started.
Okay, so today we are here with Yasmin Nair, a writer, activist, and academic. Yasmin is the co-founder of the Radical Queer Editorial Collective Against Equality, and the policy director of the Chicago Queer Radical Collective Gender.
Okay.
Against Equality.
Yasmin is the co-founder of the Radical Queer Editorial Collective Against Equality. Equality is what Democrats and liberals want. They want everyone to be treated fairly. Equity is what queer Marxists want. They want all of the resources available to everyone. Okay? Equality is not the same as equity, because equality still upholds capitalism. It still upholds capitalist society. Equity overthrows or abolishes capitalist society. That's why the name of the Radical Queer Editorial Collective is Against Equality, because equality means capitalism. Equity means socialism.
And the policy director of the Chicago Queer Radical Collective Gender Just. Her work has appeared in a number of left publications, and she's also a writer and editor at large at Current Affairs. And you can
these
find
are the two
her
from the last video.
yasminnair.com or at Nair Yasmin on Twitter. Hi, Yasmin. Thank you so much for being here with us.
Thank you. It's such a pleasure to see your faces as well. Thank you so much.
North
really honored.
American,
Thank you so
Indian.
much.
So we were hoping that to get started, maybe you
Excellent.
could give us a little spiel of.
There's a lot of queer Marxism going on in India for some reason. We've seen more than one Indian queer Marxist, and it's a little bit disconcerting. This is why all Indians need to be deported from the country and they need to go back to India, in my personal opinion.
Queer politics from over the sort of past 30 years. Maybe a big ask, but just sort of like a run through as sort of as you've experienced it.
Sure, absolutely. So over the last 30 years, right? So this is 2020. So we're talking, yeah, okay. I sort of, so I came of age, I guess, as a sort of a queer leftist sometime even before the whole gay marriage fracas began. So, and I've been thinking a lot.
They're talking about the gay marriage fight. This is going to be fucking great. If you guys ever doubted me that queer Marxists never wanted gay marriage to be legalized, they're literally starting this discussion off saying, hey, there was this whole fucking gay marriage fight in the 90s. Queer Marxists never wanted gay marriage to be legalized because gay marriage is assimilating to capitalist norms.
About what that history is about in terms of politically and what it means for queer people. So I think the most significant shift in the last 30 odd years has, of course, been the shifts brought about by the gay marriage fight. And before that, there was a lot of people might, okay, let me put it this way. There's a certain version of queer history that tends to dominate cultural conversations and even political conversations. And the history, goes something like this. As I've said before, it goes something like this. In the 1930s and 40s, at least just even going back to just that period, there was deep repression and gay people were hounded just for being gay. And then the 60s came along, and in the 70s, there was free love, and then the 80s brought about AIDS, and wasn't that horrible? And then gay people realized that sex is bad, and they decided marriage would.
No. Here's what I need you to understand. These people didn't creep out into the open. These people have always, going back to the 60s, always operated in the open. They have always been in the open. They were open in the 60s. They were in the open in the 70s. They were in the open in the 80s. They were in the open in the 90s. They were in the open in the 2000s. They were in the open in the 2010s. The reason that you don't think that they were in the open is because you have not been exposed to the information, because all of this was completely fucking ignored by the conservative right, and no one ever told you. They have been operating in the open for basically all of our entire lives, and the conservative right ignored them, which is why the problem is so bad now, because the problem was operating in the open. They were completely clear about what they were doing. I've gone back. I've read all their fucking, well, not all of it. I've read a lot of their stuff from the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, the 90s, the 2000s. I've read all of their bullshit and propaganda. I created a whole timeline of this bullshit and propaganda when I started working on the Queer Marxism book. They have always been extremely open about what they believe. They've operated in public areas where anyone could have listened to them. The conservative right ignored them. You were not exposed to the information. That does not mean they weren't operating in the open. And that is something that's very, very critical to understand.
Came along, and in the 70s there was free love, and then the 80s brought about AIDS, and wasn't that horrible? And then gay people realized that sex is bad, and then they decided marriage would help everything, and boom, and now gay people are fine, everything is fine, etc. So that's sort of the long kind of the trajectory of queer life, I think, that people have in their imagination, and including most people, I think, even on the left, who should know better. So that's the historical trajectory that has been painted.
Including most people on the left who should know better. They should have known that gay marriage was not going to fix our problems.
For us, the reality is that, first of all, across the world, queerness is, of course, very complicated, and it has nothing to do actually with whom you fuck. That's one issue. But at least within...
You don't say! Queerness has nothing to do with who you fuck? That must mean that queerness is a far-left political ideology that is completely separate from being gay or trans. It has nothing to do with who you fuck. It's not what it's about. The only people who are queer are radical, revolutionary Marxists who want to overthrow our entire way of life. That is who is queer. It is a far-left ideology. It is not, you are not queer if you are a gay conservative. You are not queer if you are in a monogamous marriage. You are not queer if you are a trans conservative, as though those things exist. But MAGA people like to convince themselves that trans people can be conservative. So, like, whatever. Queer is not about being gay. Queer is not about being trans. Queer is about a far-left political ideology.
First of all, across the world, queerness is, of course, very complicated, and it has nothing to do actually with whom you fuck. That's one issue. But at least within what we, places like the UK, many parts of Europe, and certainly, in the United States, queer history, I think the big event, of course, that galvanized a lot of things politically for queers in the United States, and I think in other places, was the AIDS epidemic. And that
the ACT UP
was
movement.
This defining moment in many ways. And what you saw, and then in the 90s, so as we know, the AIDS epidemic was all about queers were the ones who having to take on the responsibility and the for themselves in terms of healthcare.
If queer is not about sexuality, which we know, how did it get into the LGBTQ? Because after gay marriage was legalized in 2015, the normie, Democrat, liberal gay rights activists stopped being gay rights activists because they achieved their goal. Up until 2015, what you saw was LGBT, maybe sometimes T, not even always T, but I guess they added it on. So, like, whatever, it doesn't really matter. Until 2015, you saw LGBT and you saw the plain rainbow flag. After gay marriage was legalized, the normie, liberal, Democrat gay rights activists stopped being gay rights activists because they had achieved their goal. This left a huge void in nonprofits on the left that were making money pushing these issues for years and years and years. Who do you think filled that void? The queer Marxists. Then they start pushing non-binary. Then they start adding more letters to the fucking thing. Then they start changing the fucking flag every single year to be more and more inclusive. Then you start seeing all this gender bullshit and the pronoun bullshit. You started seeing it because queer Marxists took over for the normie Democrat liberal gay rights activists, and they completely co-opted the movement to use it to advance an anti-assimilationist ideology. This is why it is extremely important that conservatives stop saying that Democrats and liberals are the same as communists, because they are completely fucking different. And every single time conservatives say Democrats and communists are the same, they are missing what is actually going on. Queer was not originally a part of this until after gay marriage was legalized. Gay marriage reins in all of this shit by de-radicalizing people who literally just wanted to be able to get married.
So you have the 90s, you have this AIDS epidemic, you have a president who refuses to even acknowledge that it exists. You have many queer people, mostly gay men, dying of AIDS, their bodies not even being accepted by hospitals and so on. And then finally, because of extremely queer radical activism in the 90s, you get massive changes in big pharma and so on. What happens in the
radical queer activism in the 90s is known as the ACT UP movement. We've covered the ACT UP movement many times on the channel, but that is what they, them, there is referencing.
And finally, because of extremely queer radical activism in the 90s, you get massive changes in big pharma and so on. What happens in the 90s, and this is so around the 90s is when we finally see major wins, right? So what happens in the 90s, though, is that you get this community that is physically and politically exhausted. Many of his members have actually even have died by then. And you get this political and cultural vacuum. And what you get in the 90s also is a steady rise of neoliberal politics, of course, which had been going on till about...
Neoliberal means Democrat, liberal, assimilationist. It is the opposite of socialists and communists. Socialists and communists do not like neoliberals. Neoliberalism upholds capitalism.
But for gay people in particular, the 90s, the 80s and the 90s, a period of high economic prosperity and so on. And you have a class of gays and lesbians who are now acquiring economic status and are more willing to talk about themselves, wanting to be more like other rich Americans, etc. But what you get
is... This is called homonormativity. When gays and lesbians acquire economic status, which means they make money and they buy property, they want to start being like other rich Americans. These gay people who should be queer liberatory activists just started assimilating to capitalism, those stupid fucking neoliberals.
A conservative gay community coming to the rise and filling in that political void left by AIDS activism, in essence.
They became straight.
And it doesn't help that a lot of the people who were involved in AIDS activism, like Michelangelo Signorile, for instance, are now also, for instance, big gay marriage advocates, etc. Right? So you get
those fucking neoliberals wanted to assimilate to capitalist culture, and they became gay marriage advocates. Did everyone hear that? It was the neoliberals, the Democrats, the normie gay rights activists who just wanted to get married and then maybe buy a little bit of property and settle down and get a job. They became gay marriage activists, whereas the queer Marxists never wanted this shit to be legalized in the first place. How dare they? Indeed. Listen again.
Wanting to be more the rise of neoliberal politics, of course, which had been going on till about the 70s. But for gay people in particular, the 90s, the 80s and the 90s, a period of high economic prosperity and so on. And you have a class of gays and lesbians who are now acquiring economic status and are more willing to talk about themselves, wanting to be more like other rich Americans, etc. But what you get is a conservative gay community coming to the rise and filling in that political void left by AIDS activism, in essence. And it doesn't help that a lot of the people who are involved in AIDS activism, like Michelangelo Signorile, for instance, are now also, for instance, big gay marriage advocates, etc. Right? So you get this political and cultural vacuum, and you have this rise also of the gay nonprofit industrial complex. So
this is what we were just talking about in terms of like, why did the LGBT acronym get expanded so much after gay marriage? Because of the gay marriage activist nonprofit industrial complex that came about in the 90s and the 2000s, and they made it their entire business to advocate for gay marriage. Once the gay marriage was legalized, the nonprofit industrial complex got completely upended because it got co-opted by the queer Marxists who never wanted gay marriage to be legalized in the first place.
Real, for instance, are now also, for instance, big gay marriage advocates, etc. Right? So you get this political and cultural vacuum, and you have this rise also of the gay nonprofit industrial complex. So, and what happens there is that you had groups like what was once the National Gay and Lesbian Task Force. Now, the NGLTF, which is now the task force now, was not exactly radical, but it was more in the spirit of the 60s, 70s, sandal shod, gay, radical-ish, at least more progressive wing of the gay nonprofit world. But that group also became much more conservative. And you have the rise of the Human Rights Campaign, which is quite literally today, with about a $40 million operating budget, the most powerful gay organization in literally the world, right? So you have
the Human Rights Campaign, the HRC, was one of the main people that were pushing for gay activism, okay? Or excuse me, gay marriage. Queer Marxists fucking hate the Human Rights Campaign. In fact, the Bashback movement specifically, which the Bashback movement is one of the militant, violent queer Marxist movements that emerged in the mid-2000s and that we still see today, the Bashback movement was explicitly fighting with the Human Rights Campaign. And if you go back and you read their propaganda from this time period, they were doing all of these campaigns telling the HRC to basically fuck off and get out of their lives. They were saying, we are not in favor of the HRC. We don't support the HRC. They're assimilationists, like, fuck these people, blah, 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 blah. And so again, like, the HRC was like the big organization that was pushing for the legalization of gay marriage. And that brought them into direct conflict with the queer Marxist left, who never wanted it to be legalized in the first place.
Human Rights Campaign coming up. What you have essentially is gay money. And
Gay
a
capitalism,
desire to
rainbow
make that
capitalism.
money a part of America, American cultural life and politics. What you have are a lot of wealthy gay men and women who feel that they deserve to be acknowledged as wealthy Americans, not just as gay Americans, right? So you have, there's all these issues around class and economics and so on. So you have the rise of those nonprofits, and then you have the decision being made by the nonprofits that gay marriage is a critical cause, and you have 1994, you have
no, again, Christine, this is like the second or third time you've done this in this stream. I did not say that. You made that up because you're not listening to what I said. I didn't say they're maintaining the perception oppression creates a never-ending no. They have fundamentally different values than what you understand. They never wanted it to be legalized in the first place because they believe that marriage is an oppressive institution based on capitalism. I need you to be better at listening, Christine, if you're going to be here, because like you doing this thing, and this is for other people too, where you take my words and then you twist them into something where you get to feel morally superior to them, like that's not effective. You're not learning anything. The first step is to learn what they actually believe. If you don't like that, that's the first step.
There's a court case, there's a lawsuit in Hawaii, which doesn't go well, but it does mobilize people. So it mobilizes a lot of powerful gay men and women. And you get this cultural shift gradually. I
gotta pee. I'll be right back. I'm gonna let this play. Let me know if I miss anything.
Towards gays and lesbians, where there is less stigma, but then the move is more also towards establishing gays and lesbians as good Americans and more culturally and politically acceptable Americans as well. And the radical portion of the gay movement is in the meantime static or withering, in some parts dead, etc. And what happens then in the aughts, the 2003, 2005, 2008, all those critical moments where you have important pieces of gay legislation. You have also a fight around gay marriage, which becomes a fight about homophobes opposed to gays and lesbians, etc. So that's the cultural kind of division that's portrayed in the media, right? And then alongside that, you also get extremely conservative pushes in the gay community for things like hate crime legislation, inclusion of gays and lesbians in the military. Again, because in the United States, the divisions were so starkly drawn, and because there was for a long time a quote-unquote homophobic far right that did actually, yes, admittedly, want to see us dead. Yes, absolutely. Because of that sort of strong cultural division,
that's a good point,
the problem was that the causes that the gay orgs, the nonprofit industrial complex threw up, were not recognized as being also deeply conservative and social.
The causes that the gay rights organizations were pushing, gay marriage, were also deeply conservative because they were not about overthrowing capitalist society. They were about assimilating to capitalist society. Listen.
Strong cultural division. The problem was that the causes that the gay orgs, the nonprofit industrial complex threw up, were not recognized as being also deeply conservative and soul shattering and so on, right? So hate crime legislation puts more people in jail because it extends prison sentences, for instance. Inclusion in the military just says that gays and lesbians have a right to go about killing people in the name of America, quote unquote, right? So, but at that time, the cultural conversation.
Okay, they're against putting people that commit hate crimes in jail because they want to abolish all prisons. They don't believe in prisons. They don't believe in the police. Those are the upholders of capitalism. They never wanted gay people to serve in the military because they are fundamentally opposed to the military, because the military is a tool of imperialism or colonialization by stealing the land from the indigenous people.
Conversation is about that polarization between a right wing and the gay people on the other side. So of course the left liberal, sort of the broad swathe off the left, as it were, thinks, oh, this is awful. We're fighting against these people. Here on the right, we have to support gay people no matter what. So intellectually, what that does is discursively, politically, is that it denudes the sort of the cultural discourse of any critical evaluative strategy, right? In terms of gay politics, people are too scared to actually say, you know what, actually, marriage, feminists were too afraid to say out loud, we fought to not have to get married, right? Other people.
They fought to not have to get married. Hey, it's Mr. Doctor. Thank you for the channel memberships, bro. W's in the chat. It's Mr. Doctor. Really appreciate you. Thank you for supporting the community, bro. You rock. You rock. See, that's a great example. We meet the channel membership goal and people still keep sending channel memberships because they appreciate the education that we're getting here. I appreciate it, bro. We're going slow, but I really want to make sure people understand this.
Strategy, right? In terms of gay politics, people are too scared to actually say, you know what, actually, marriage, feminists were too afraid to say out loud, we fought to not have to get married, right? Other people on the left were too afraid to say, why is it that gay marriage is about healthcare through marriage when we've been fighting for universal healthcare, as many radical queers had also fought for, right? So you get I think essentially what happens in sort of the 90s and the early 2000s is this, because of the cultural polarization, people are unwilling to critique gay politics for what it really is, for what it was and what it is. And so now we're in this big
So what she's saying is, these stupid neoliberal gay rights activists were pushing this idea of gay marriage. People went along with it, even though we had fought for decades to not get married. We don't want to be included in any of these institutions. But people went, really listen to what I'm about to say, conservatives. People went along with the liberal gay marriage thing because conservatives were attacking gay people, and therefore we had to support gay people because they were being attacked by the evil Christian conservative right. And so we felt like we had to go along with this marriage bullshit when we never actually wanted to go along with it because we didn't want to be a part of any of these institutions, because the Christian conservatives were attacking, gay people or whatever. That's what she's saying.
Marriage, feminists were too afraid to say out loud, we fought to not have to get married, right? Other people on the left were too afraid to say, why is it that gay marriage is about healthcare through marriage when we've been fighting for universal healthcare, as many radical queers had also fought for, right? So So you get, I think essentially what happens in sort of the 90s and the early 2000s is this, because of the cultural polarization, people are unwilling to critique gay politics for what it really is, for what it was and what it is. And so now we're in this big mess because now we have COVID. And what we're realizing is, at least, and this is a very US specific context, so forgive me for that, but what we're realizing, of course, we're still not making the connections between gay marriage and COVID. I have an article coming out in an anthology where I basically say that gay marriage is one of the leading reasons why we are in this COVID mess in the United States.
Remember, this was recorded back, I think, in either 2020 or 2021. So this is during peak COVID time. I'm sorry, what? Gay marriage is the reason we're in the COVID mess? Explain yourself.
Because now we have COVID. And what we're realizing is, at least, and this is a very US specific context, so forgive me for that, but what we're realizing, of course, we're still not making the connections between gay marriage and COVID. I have an article coming out in an anthology where I basically say that gay marriage is one of the leading reasons why we are in this COVID mess in the United States. Because gay marriage is actually, we haven't yet done the math or the analysis, but the gay marriage fight really succeeded in pushing out the fight for universal healthcare in this country. It is
gay marriage succeeded in eliminating the fight for universal healthcare because the people that were pushing for gay marriage just wanted to be able to visit their spouses in the hospital and be on the same insurance and all that stuff. And that took place, that replaced the fight for health care for all, for liberation from the capitalist system for all, which would have given them all the same ability, but they just didn't realize it because they wanted to assimilate to capitalist norms. Does everyone understand that?
A major reason why we don't have universal health care. And therefore, consequently, it's a major reason why this country, the richest in the world, has a system that is so broken down that the numbers, are just unfathomable. I don't know, are we at 400,000? I mean, at some point, it's such a gigantic number, right? And people in this country are dying. People in this country are going, homeless, are hungry, and so on. But I think that there is a lot to be said for the idea that gay marriage is a cause of that. So we have that political and economic fallout, but we are also, I think, going to suffer in the long term other kinds of fallouts. And so I have no hope. I mean, I'll stop there just to say that I have absolutely no hope or faith in the mainstream gay community, because I think it is completely, it is mobilized by and it is ruled by a rapacious, greedy, racist, sexist mainstream gay community that gives not a crap about anyone else but itself. And it has been the cause of much.
The mainstream gay community is a capitalist community that is deeply selfish and doesn't care about anyone else. That is the community that wanted gay marriage legalized.
Political and economic fallout, but we are also, I think, going to suffer in the long term other kinds of fallouts. And so I have no hope. I mean, I'll stop there just to say that I have absolutely no hope or faith in the mainstream gay community, because I think it is completely, it is mobilized by and it is ruled by a rapacious, greedy, racist, sexist mainstream gay community that gives not a crap about anyone else but itself. And it has been the cause of much of the misery that we're enduring in this country.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah. Welcome to the dystopia that is queer Marxism. I keep warning you guys that queer Marxism is going to blow your fucking mind, especially like all you new people who you haven't been around for the queer Marxism. Oh, yeah, it gets way worse than this. Yeah, This is the I am throwing you now into the deep end of the queer Marxist pool. This is what we're talking about. This is all the crazy shit. We haven't even begun, bro. Like, buckle up. Buckle the fuck up.
And so the person who personifies this perhaps the best is Pete Buttigieg, also someone
wait till
who
you get to fat studies.
Sort of, I mean, our first openly gay
in fact.
Candidate for president, right? And so the things you're describing
Pete
accumulate into
Buttigieg. They hate Pete Buttigieg, by the way. They fucking hate Pete Buttigieg. Listen to and again, this was back in 2020 when Pete Buttigieg was running for president. Listen to them talk about how much they fucking hate Pete Buttigieg. Watch.
Other guy, but no one wants to
I
talk
mean,
about
I guess for okay. Sorry.
No, I apologize. No, I'm sorry.
You know, like this, I mean, this really like a creature that seems to be like created in the lab of homonormativity in the politics that you're describing.
Homonormativity. That is a vocab word, ladies and gentlemen. Homonormativity means gay people assimilating to the capitalist norms of the straights. It is basically a slur where they're telling off the gay liberals who they believe fucked everything up. They're like, you're fucking homonorm. Like it's like calling someone a faggot. Which, of course, I would never do. I'm just using this as an example. It's like calling someone a faggot in a derogatory term about, like, you're insulting them for being gay. Calling someone homonormative is like the queer Marxist version of faggot, okay? Obviously, I'm just using that word as an example. I have an F-word pass. There are many gay men on this channel that allow me to use the word. I don't want any fucking grief, okay?
I mean, I guess for okay. Sorry.
No, I apologize. No, I'm sorry.
You know, like this, I mean, this really like a creature that
obviously.
seems to be like created in the lab of homonormativity in the politics that you're describing. And so, but one thing that I thought was quite refreshing was that when he announced that he was running for president, the queer left didn't really entertain the idea at all. Like they took straight to Twitter and started dragging him immediately.
When Pete Buttigieg announced he was running for president, the queer left was like, fuck you, asshole. We don't like you. You're a homonormative douchebag. Listen.
Sure, that seems to be like created in the lab of homonormativity in the politics that you're describing. And so, but one thing that I thought was quite refreshing was that when he announced that he was running for president, the queer left didn't really entertain the idea at all. Like they took straight to Twitter and started dragging him immediately. And I think it was the decades of anti-assimilationist queer activism and the critiques of representational politics that were strong on the queer left, thanks to groups like Against Equality, that sort of prepared us for a person like Pete Buttigieg. So it really wasn't a surprise, I think, to many that the first openly gay candidate, or maybe the second openly gay politician with a shot at the presidency would appear in the figure of this white, upper middle class, married, and monogamous Christian.
This upper class, married, monogamous Christian.
Think to many that,
again, remember, monogamy is a form of propertied relationship. If you are in a monogamous relationship for them, that is a form of propertied relationship. That's not to say you can't be in a relationship with someone where you don't fuck anyone else, but like they basically believe that if you don't have the option to fuck someone else, then you are in a monogamous propertied relationship where you are owned by the other person. That is a form of capitalism.
The first openly gay candidate, or maybe the second openly gay politician with a shot at the presidency would appear in the figure of this white, upper middle class, married, and monogamous Christian war veteran. And many people pointed this out, and I do think in this regard, the project of Against Equality and others was a success. But now that gay marriage has happened, now that we've lost the fight in many ways, right, against inclusion, where does it leave groups like Against Equality? So what I guess I'm wondering, like, beyond just sort of like endless critique of this injunction to be included and assimilated, what are the demands of what should the demands be of the queer left? What is their political horizon? Was Against Equality a socialist organization? What I guess maybe sometimes this gets this got left out of the more visible conversations that the queer left was having.
Right. So one of the things that we always try to emphasize, but I think also, yes, got lost in the conversation, was that what Against Equality actually began as an archive. I mean, it was Ryan's idea because he realized that there was no sense of a history of queer radical thought and politics. And he just said, there needs to be a place on the web where we just have an archive of everything that, over the centuries, actually, of queer radical thought.
Oh, an archive.
However you apply.
Hey, maybe we should look into Against Equality as an archive of queer propaganda and bullshit that we can pull from to make our archive. Maybe we should literally just go download all. In fact, let me look that up. Against Equality. I'm just gonna look them up. Oh, there's a whole book about this. Oh, great. There's a whole book about this that came out in 2014. Against Equality, AK Press, againstequality.org. Okay, we'll look that up later.
Well, so it actually began, I guess the point I'm trying to make through that is that it actually began in some ways as a discursive project. We've never been a political group. We've been a group that says thought and discourse and analysis and keeping histories in mind is what's actually important if you're going to affect change, right? So in that sense, our project was also never we never thought about how to dismantle, HRC, for instance. That was never our intention. Our point was always to say, we have to keep showing people what the alternatives are, right? So you're right. I think it's because of that, exactly, that sort of decade or so, we just turned 10. A decade or so of queer radical critique and analysis is what has enabled even straight people to look at Pete Buttigieg and say, well, no. So I think there's a way in which discourse works.
Again, straight in this context does not mean heterosexual. It does not mean one man, one woman. It means someone who is homonormative or upholds assimilationist to the norms of capitalism.
These interesting subterranean ways, and then suddenly you get Pete Buttigieg, and you actually have, for the first time, you actually have
in this context, just to put a real fine point on it, in this context, Pete Buttigieg would be considered straight. Does everyone understand that? In this context, Pete Buttigieg is not gay. He is straight because he's in a propertied relationship of marriage. He owns property. He's part of the system. He's in elected office. He upholds the norms that uphold capitalism. So Pete Buttigieg is straight. Okay? Thanks, Average Person, for the super chat. I have that book, Queer Revolution, Not Mere Inclusion. Oh, let us know if there's anything. I'm sure Musican's already read it and highlighted it for us. That's awesome. Thank you.
Sort of a resistance to that, and which will, I think, continue. But so what is Against Equality now? Right now, it's a very static entity on the website. And the website, occasionally we refill it. For instance, we put new pieces up and so on. But we never saw our intention as being something that could deliberately create havoc in the way that people might imagine, but it's a different kind of discursive response that needs to exist. But repeat your question again, please. I know.
I mean, I guess, did Against Equality have, but beside a critique of inclusion, did it have a set of positive demands, like asking? So I mean,
yes,
of course,
yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So our positive demands have always been implicit and sometimes explicit in the pieces that we put up. So, for instance, prison abolition, right? Our demand is, we've always identified.
Queer Marxists demand prison abolition because prisons and the police uphold capitalism.
But long before it was fashionable to do so, and I'm going to provide this as proof. We published our. This is totally me selling Against Equality. This is the book that right now that exists. But before it existed as an AK Press, book, we published the entire book in these 3 absolutely adorable, tiny little books. which,
Zines.
because I say so, this is true. They're collector's items. I say so. Anyway, the point being that in all of these, prisons will not protect you, for instance. This is the one about prisons. And this is one where we clearly, every one of the contributors clearly demands prison abolition. And this was in
So every single one of the contributors to the book called Against Equality, Queer Revolution, Not Mere Inclusion, every single one of the contributors to that demanded the abolition of prisons. Does everyone understand why these two issues are related? One in the chat if you understand why queer politics is related to the abolition of prisons. Two in the chat if that's confusing to you. Because I will teach this if people are confused by it, but I don't know how many people are confused by it given what I've already taught. One in the chat if you understand why queer politics is related to the abolition of prisons. Two in the chat if that's confusing. I saw 1, 2. Okay. Mostly 1, so I'm going to do a quick refresh. Abolishing capitalism is always the goal of the socialist left. The goal of queer Marxism is the annihilation of capitalism. Prisons and the police uphold capitalism because they are the managers of private property. This is what the left believes. The police exist to manage and protect private property of the bourgeois. Prisons exist as an arm of the police to jail people who commit crimes against property. Whether or not this is true makes no difference. This is what they believe. The issues of abolishing prisons is about abolishing capitalism. The issue of queer Marxism is the annihilation of capitalism. They are the same. This is why you always need to understand the issue is always capitalism. It doesn't matter if it's queer politics or prisons or climate change or abortion or the patriarchy or racism or pro-Palestine or anti-ICE or whatever the fuck. The issue is always capitalism. It's about understanding how the issues they're fighting for relate back to the abolition of capitalism. That is why all of the issues are intertwined, because they all have the same goal. Well, they do believe that crime will go away when capitalism is abolished. So that's how it's related to that. But it's also that the police are the enforcers of capitalism and the prisons jail people who commit crimes against property or crimes against capitalism.
Let me see. There's a date here. 2012. So this is way before it became fashionable. Now everyone's an abolitionist. And this is, of course, not to take away from people like Mariam Kaba and Angela Davis and Ruth Wilson Gilmore, who have been doing this work for decades. But in terms of queer politics, right, we were among the first to demand that prisons need to end. We also published the book about Don't Ask to Fight Their Wars, where we also demanded that we stop thinking about inclusion in the military and instead focus on what kinds of resources trans LGBTQ people would need to survive outside pushing them to join the military just to get healthcare, for instance. So those have always been, so even if we didn't have an
So getting gay people and trans people, I guess, into the military was just a way for them to get healthcare, because universal healthcare didn't exist, because gay marriage took the place of an argument for universal healthcare.
Explicit sort of set of demands, our politics have always been explicitly about saying, no to marriage, yes to universal healthcare, right?
Could that have been any more? Does anyone still not believe me that queer Marxists never wanted gay marriage to be legalized in the first place? You must understand this if you are to understand what we're talking about here. This person was just extremely clear. Our politics have always been no to gay marriage, yes to universal health care, because universal health care is socialism or communism. It's about overthrowing capitalism. Does anyone still not understand this? Listen.
to get healthcare, for instance. So those have always been, so even if we didn't have an explicit sort of set of demands, our politics have always been explicitly about saying, no to marriage, yes to universal healthcare, right?
One in the chat, if you are now keenly aware that the queer Marxist left never wanted gay marriage to be legalized. 2 in the chat if this is still confusing to you. Basically what happened is they were fighting among themselves to say, why are we putting all these resources to legalizing gay marriage, which is a propertied institution that we don't even want, when we could be putting the resources to fighting for other issues that we want, like universal healthcare. This was the fight that was taking place between the anti-assimilationist queer Marxist left and the normie gay rights activists in the 90s and the 2000s, and the normie gay rights activists won. And the conservative right never bothered to listen to them, so they had no idea that gay marriage probably actually saved the nuclear family. I want to be really clear about this. Gay marriage saved the nuclear family. If conservatives get their way and gay marriage is ever repealed, that will lead to the destruction of the nuclear family. So conservatives, regardless of how you feel about gay people, you should be thanking your lucky fucking stars. Because the fact of the matter is the legalization of gay marriage probably is a bulwark that's in place to protect the nuclear family. Because if gay marriage ever gets repealed, you're going to instantly radicalize all the gay people who were on the side of, we literally just want to assimilate to capitalism, we want to get married, and we want to have healthcare. That was all that they wanted. The queer Marxists had a massive L when gay marriage got legalized, and there would be no one celebrating more if gay marriage was repealed than the radical revolutionary far left. There is no difference between universal healthcare and healthcare for all. It's all communism. One more time, just for people in the back.
Need to end. We also published the book about Don't Ask to Fight Their Wars, where we also demanded that we stop thinking about inclusion in the military and instead focus on what kinds of resources trans LGBTQ people would need to survive outside pushing them to join the military just to get healthcare, for instance. So those have always been, so even if we didn't have an explicit sort of set of demands, our politics have always been explicitly about saying, no to marriage, yes to universal healthcare, right? No to prisons, stop expanding the prison industrial complex through devious means like the hate crimes legislation, that's been so popular. No to the military industrial complex, fight for a world where queers and other people have resources that allow them to live as human beings without having to have promised to have their brains blown out, for instance, right? And then in terms of other issues like immigration, for instance, the demand has always been, don't ask queer people to get married just to gain entrance into something like citizenship, right? Expand that notion of citizenship and so on. So, and that,
if you're demanding that gay people get married to become U.S. citizens, why don't you instead argue to abolish all borders and make everyone legal? Does everyone understand this? You shouldn't have to get married to get citizenship. Like, gay marriage shouldn't be required among queer people to have citizenship. You should just abolish all borders and get rid of ICE and get rid of DHS and stop deporting people. You should just get rid of capitalism entirely, because capitalism is enforced by the border. Oh yeah, they're not opposed to this at all, like in any way. And to be really fair, I don't want trans people to be in the military either, because I don't think we should be paying for their trans fucking healthcare. I don't think that they should be in a service role where they need to be required to not be like mentally fucking all there, because there's something like, I'm sorry, being trans is a mental illness. It just is. I'm not saying is that in any sort of derogatory way, but I'm saying like, I don't personally care if people are trans. Like, you can do whatever the fuck you want, but like, you really shouldn't be serving in the military if you've got something going on in your head that says, your body, like it just like, it's weird. And so Yes. Yeah, they're not in favor of gay or trans people serving in the military because they want to abolish the military entirely.
Again, this is me. And that's why we have books now, like my friend Karma's book, Queer and Trans Migrations. Again, so the critique has always been aligned with a vision of, the demand has always been the vision, right? And that, I think, is also what is important to emphasize, is that the critique has been about showing the possibility for a different world. And that's the demand. I think Matilda Bernstein Sycamore's words, right, which always haunt me, which is, our dreams have become so small. And that's our basic demand, is expand our dreams. What is there beyond the prison industrial complex? What would we do without prisons? What can we do without the military? Dean Spade's work is so important, for instance. And so
Dean Spade.
So that's, yeah.
No, perfect. I mean, I wanted to bring this up because I think so often people understand anti-assimilationist politics to be something that's not much more than making fun of individual gays who want to get married, but it is, it's a movement for prison abolition, abolishing the military, free healthcare, open borders, and that. Yeah.
I'm sorry. What? Say that again, Alex Stoffel, please, just for people who aren't listening.
For that, for instance, and so on. So that's, yeah.
No, perfect. I mean, I wanted to bring this up because I think so often people understand anti-assimilationist politics to be something that's not much more than making fun of individual gays who want to get married, but it is, it's a movement for prison abolition, abolishing the military, free healthcare, open borders, and that.
Anti-assimilationist politics, which is anti-capitalist politics, anti-normativity politics, is in favor of universal healthcare, against the military, whatever else he said. We'll listen to that one more time. W's Chitalago, thank you so much for the membership. Listen.
Perfect. I mean, I wanted to bring this up because I think so often people understand anti-assimilationist politics to be something that's not much more than making fun of individual gays who want to get married, but it is, it's a movement for prison abolition, abolishing the military, free healthcare, open borders, and that.
Open borders.
Yeah.
And also, I just wanted to emphasize also, if I may, I apologize for. Don't intrude and apologize, Yasmin. Anyway, sorry. But I do want to emphasize that our policies have also never been anti-assimilationist in that sense. Against Equality is different from a lot of other radical queers who keep bringing up anti-assimilation. We actually don't care about the problems of assimilation because for us.
Well, okay, you guys are focused on the wrong thing. They actually don't care about trans people. You guys understand, this is a conservative talking point. And maybe I played into it a little bit, but let me be very, very clear. When these people say trans, they do not mean transition from man to woman or woman to man. They mean non-binary, which means to transcend or transform the gender binary. So they don't actually give a flying fuck about trans politics as you're defining it and you understand it, because they don't care about people being able to medically transition between a man and a woman because they don't want gender to exist.
That's not the issue. It's not assimilation that's the problem. It's the larger capitalist structure that's the problem. Right? So for instance, with marriage, a lot.
It's not assimilation that's the problem. She's wrong about that because anti-assimilation means anti-capitalism. It's the larger capitalist structure that's the problem, guys. W's Liberty, thank you for the membership. I really do appreciate that. Listen again. Don't ignore the part that she's saying about assimilation because that's just blatantly wrong. But listen to what she says about capitalism.
Who keep bringing up anti-assimilation. We actually don't care about the problems of assimilation because for us, that's not the issue. It's not assimilation that's the problem. It's the larger capitalist structure that's the problem, right? So for instance, with marriage, a lot of people have accused us of saying, well, what if, life and death issues or my partner. And we've always said, if you need to get married, marry. Take what you want from the state, take it and run. If that's what gets you into this country, if that's what gets you healthcare. I've had so many straight people and queer people tell me, I got married for healthcare. And I'm like, do it, do it. And maybe you want to get married because you like marriage. I don't know. I don't know why anyone would, but there are people I know, who like being married. Fine. we've never been against that, right? So assimilation was never a problem for us because focusing.
What she's saying is assimilation in order to take things from the state. So the argument here, and I want to make sure people understand this, you live in a capitalist society. You have to survive within capitalism. If you need to get married to get access to healthcare because capitalism is denying you universal healthcare, then get married and take that healthcare. That's the rationale for it. It's saying, listen, guys, this is not an ideal world. We don't have what we want yet. You can get access to resources by engaging with the property relationship of marriage. If you need to do that because you need healthcare and you need citizenship, then go and do it, because they're talking about taking advantage of the system. Bro, that's way too much fucking text. I do not give a fuck. Work out your feelings somewhere else. If you aren't going to listen, there's no need for you to be in my chat over on Twitter. That's fucking absurd. Listen again. Guys, socialists do not believe it's hypocritical for them to participate in capitalism. This is what conservatives don't get every time they say, if socialists want to abolish capitalism, then why do they have jobs? If socialists want to abolish capitalism, then why do they own MacBook computers? If socialists want to abolish capitalism, then why do they sell stuff? Socialists do not believe it is immoral to participate in the institution of capitalism because they live in a capitalist society and they have to survive within a capitalist society. And so if you need to do things within capitalist society to get access to resources or to make money or to have a roof over your head or to eat or whatever the fuck, they're like, you have to do those things. It even says this in the Communist Manifesto, by the way. They're allowed to engage in capitalism. They're allowed to engage in the system because they live in the system, and they can't overthrow capitalism if they aren't surviving within the system.
Always said, if you need to get married, marry. Take what you want from the state, take it and run. If that's what gets you into this country, if that's what gets you healthcare. I've had so many straight people and queer people tell me, I got married for healthcare. And I'm like, do it, do it. And maybe you want to get married because you like marriage. I don't know why anyone would, but there are people I know, who like being married. Fine. We've never been against that, right? So assimilation was never a problem for us because focusing on assimilation then, and we'll talk about this later, right? Then becomes, oh, well, do you have radical sex or not? Or are you dressed in a radical fashion, etc.? Do you have the eyeglasses? Do you have the clothes to prove, so that assimilation argument takes us into territories that we've never really cared about. For us, it's been, what do you have to do to survive? Do what you must. But even as a married person, you can maintain a critique and you can work in your workplaces, in your social lives against that agenda. You can be married and still say, go up to your HR person and say, this is rubbish. Why are we making?
You can engage in capitalism and still be against capitalism. As long as you are working to overthrow the system in your daily lives, that's okay to engage in capitalism because you have to exist in that environment. Listen.
Fashion, etc. Do you have the eyeglasses? Do you have the clothes to prove? So that assimilation argument takes us into territories that we've never really cared about. For us, it's been, what do you have to do to survive? Do what you must.
Bing.
But even as a married person, you can maintain a critique and you can work in your workplaces, in your social lives against that agenda. You can be married and still say, go up to your HR person and say, this is rubbish. Why are we making people get married for healthcare? You can go up to your, anyway.
Brilliant. No, absolutely. That's exactly it. Before we get into what you just sort of foreshadowed, quick question is
Actually, let me just do a quick pause. Okay. That was 20 minutes of this conversation. There's still another hour to go. I just want to do a quick check-in with where people are with understanding the content in this video. And this one only. Forget the Emmy O'Brien one. We're moving on to this one. I only want you to answer for this video only. One in the chat, if you are tracking with where this content is going and you understand it. 2 in the chat, if you are very, very confused. One, if you're tracking with all of this and you understand where this is going, which is exactly what I told you it was going to say before we even watched this. 2 in the chat if you're confused. I just want to do it because what I just dumped on you guys is like a lot of information. But this is your intro to queer Marxism. This is what you need to understand the queer Marxist left. Okay. Lots of ones. Okay. New question, new numbers, so I can distinguish between who's answering what question. 3 in the chat, if you expected them to say all this. 4 in the chat, if your mind is blown that they're saying all this out loud. 3 in the chat, if this was pretty much what you expected. 4 in the chat, if your mind is just blown that this is the reality of the situation. Aha. Got a bunch of 3s, got some 4s. Got some 4s. Uh-huh. Yeah, this is the stuff they never tell you about when you're on the right because they don't even know this stuff exists. So welcome to people who are having their mind blown. Glad I could do it for you.
This like NGO industrial complex going next. So like, what can we expect from?
Like
what do you think? Where does HRC go now that gay marriage has been achieved? Because these even though NGOs sort of explode and they present themselves as temporary solutions to whatever states can't provide, they're here to stay, and they're a big part of the economy. So I guess sort of like, what do you think we can expect to see next? Will there be a focus on domestic politics? Will these campaigns become more international? Yeah.
Yeah. What's interesting, yes, I think HRC, as you may know, HRC, I can't remember which year this was, but at one point HRC refused to have trans people included in the Equal Right to Work, I think, bill. So it was very explicitly anti-trans at one point. Today, of course, HRC has trans directors and has a trans policy director, et cetera, et cetera. So I think what HRC is going to do, along with the task force, the mainstream groups are all going to keep looking at. So for a while there, they were really into queer youth homelessness. Of course, they didn't really give a damn about them, but they took up the issue because that became very much a topic of conversation for a little while. Now it's things like trans issues, trans inclusion in the military, but also trans issues in terms of housing, employment, and all of that. So I think what HRC and task force do, they're very mobile. And so capitalism survives because of its mobility. Right? Adaptability. So in that,
capitalism survives because of its mobility. The HRC, the Human Rights Campaign, the main liberal, neoliberal gay rights advocacy group, and now trans rights advocacy group, it's upholding capitalism. Again, listen.
Conversation for a little while. Now it's things like trans issues, trans inclusion in the military, but also trans issues in terms of housing, employment, and all of that. So I think what HRC and task force do, they're very mobile. And so capitalism survives because of its mobility, right? Because of its adaptability. So in that sense, I think HRC and task force are mobile and adaptable.
Yep.
My big fear is that they might actually move towards global, international issues. But in a sense, they already have an effect. So for instance, in place, and again, I want to say, all of this is very complicated in the regions themselves, but in India, for instance, there is a sort of an elite gay community, and it tends to be more or less sort of a similar, HRC light, as it were. And what we're seeing is the growth in the rest of the world of a sort of a human rights industrial complex that looks at gay issues. And unfortunately, Joseph Massad has written about this extensively, right? The Gay International. And that's troubling to me, especially in countries like India, where the where there's so much gap between the haves and the have-nots, right? So that's a problem because you have millions of really poor people who need the resources that NGOs promise them and who might then sign on to some really horrendous policies around gay and lesbian representation, for instance. So that's, I think, very worrying. I was listening to someone the other day from Taiwan who talked about, I guess Taiwan now has legalized gay marriage. And it was all cast as, now that I have gay marriage, and this was someone who presented himself as a queer radical. And he said, well, now that we have gay marriage, I can finally recognize myself as a person. And I just remember thinking, this is it. This is what we've done, right? So we've exported the worst aspects of that. So I think they're not struggling per se, but I think that's what they'll probably do, is move into that sort of international solidarity campaigning, as it were. And I think domestically, they're just going to keep looking around for bits and pieces to sponge off, really, of work that's being done locally. On the other hand, I would encourage people to look at smaller groups that are, what is interesting to me about radical politics today, like, for instance, politics around prison abolition, politics against things like hate crime legislation, is that you no longer have to look for the queer person. Most of these resistance movements are almost entirely personed by queer people. So prison abolition, what a lot of people don't know is that many prison abolitionists, like critical resistance, for instance, the group critical resistance, it's almost entirely queer, right? So what I find interesting is that queer left politics has moved away.
Well, no, it's not even that. It's not even that. You need to separate the LGBT from the Q. The T is not the same as Q. If you think the T is the same as Q, you are not paying attention to what's being said. Queer has nothing to do with being trans. Trans upholds the gender binary. Lesbians, gays, bisexuals, and trans people that want to transition from man to woman or woman to man still uphold the gender binary. They are all the same. They are the ones that are connected through the upholding of the gender binary. Queer wants to abolish the gender binary. Putting trans and queer together actually benefits the queer Marxists because you're making their group bigger than they actually are, and you're also including people who don't fucking belong there because they don't want to abolish the gender binary. The number one priority has got to be upholding the gender binary. And if that means conservatives need to get their fucking feelings in check and understand that trans people who transition from man to woman or woman to man are more on our side than they are on theirs, then I honestly don't give a fuck. When queer Marxists are saying trans, they mean transform or transcend the gender binary. They do not mean transition. Transition is for people who want to uphold the gender binary. So no, you do not separate the LGB from the TQ. You separate the LGBT from the Q. The Q is the thing that's different here.
Gay and lesbian organizing issues, and has always been part of things like prison abolition. So I find that really interesting, and I think that's also perhaps in a way hopeful.
Sorry, I couldn't unmute myself. Yeah, this is all very interesting, and I think I would like to move a bit to some of the things you already, I think, described very well in the introduction. So like maybe get a bit more into details. Like I really like the story you tell about the change of queer politics in the 70s.
Guys,
the present.
The T in queer Marxism is still for trans, but it does not mean transition. It means transcend or transform. So you need to learn how to code switch in your head. Trans for trans people who want to uphold the gender binary means transition. Those people are on our team. Whether you like them or not, they are on our team because they want to uphold the gender binary. Trans, when it comes to queer Marxists, means transform or transcend. And if you don't believe me, just Google transforming gender or transcending gender. It is a completely different term. It has a completely different meaning. because they want to abolish the gender binary. Everyone that wants to uphold the gender binary, the idea that men and women exist and are a thing, they are on our team. Anyone who wants to get rid of gender entirely, transform or transcend gender, are on their team. Yeah, it's about the social relations. It's not about what is between your legs. It doesn't fucking matter.
Also, like going really back to this inherited narrative of diminishing homophobia and stuff like that. And I think you have a lot of things to say about what is the effect on focusing on homophobia as like eternal abstract state against which we are always struggling as queer people, right? And so there's something in particular I wanted to ask. Once we were having this conversation with Alex, and I thought that maybe you probably have a good intake on this. So when this year, like 27% of LGBT voters supported Trump, and there's also like the leader of the German AfD has been a lesbian woman since 2017. There's been a huge embrace of the far right by gays in France. So like we see how there is like this kind of convergence that to some point we can say there's some novelty in it towards the far right movements, at least like wider population of the LGBTQ, not by individuals that are far right or conservatives. And I just wonder how you understand this development.
This has nothing to do with fucking queer as a far left political ideology. Has nothing to do with sex. Has nothing to do with who you sleep with. Has nothing to do with what's between your legs. Queer is this is why I'm going insane, because conservatives make me repeat myself 19 times in a fucking single stream. Queer is a political ideology. No, there shouldn't be two T's. There shouldn't be two T's. No. What you need to understand is queer is the enemy. Trans is not the fucking enemy. Queer is the thing that we need to worry about. No, the conservative, this is why the conservative obsession with trans people is going to lead to the left winning. The conservative fucking infatuation with what's between people's legs is going to lead to the left winning. The reason that you are confused right now, if you are confused, is because conservative influencers and pundits lied to you. That is why people are confused.
Man, if you want to say a bit more, I think you said already some stuff at the beginning.
Sure. Yes, so exactly, until about the 90s and even I think the aughts, the big cultural and political division was here's the awful far right and here are the poor sad gays and lesbians, and we must take up the cause of the gays and lesbians, etc. And then Pete Buttigieg comes around and that sort of, I think, smashes people's brain and go, wait, what is happening here, right? He is pro-war, he's violent in so many respects, and he's gay. So I think, yes. I think I think fundamentally what we're beginning to realize, or we should realize, is that first of all, that there are so many different variations of LGBTQ politically, and I think is an important fact that people are going to understand as the years go on, and in the best possible ways. I think that complexity, I think what happened until about, at least in this country, till about the aughts, until so recently, it was widely assumed that simply being LGBTQ meant you were a left or at least liberal person, right? And I think what's being exposed now increasingly is, for instance, besides being intensively capitalist, also just the racism of the LGBTQ community, for instance. In Chicago, I can assure you that the mainstream gay community here is intensely racist, to the point of, it's
racism means upholding the system of capitalism. It does not mean hating Black people. It means upholding the system of capitalism.
Hideously racist. It's so bad that going to the gay and lesbian, to Boys Town, as we used to call it here, is just a traumatic event for those of us who are not white LGBTQ people. So it's that bad in Chicago. And I think people are only now beginning to feel like they're able to call that out. So I think that has come about, and the awareness of that is going to increase. And I think we're going to see more and more evidence that the gay and lesbian community, the mainstream gay and lesbian community, has an enormous amount of economic capital, as in capital.
When they say mainstream, they mean the people, the assimilationists, the one to uphold capitalism. The mainstream gay community has a lot of fucking money because they assimilated to the capitalist norms.
And that it is extremely powerful, and that it is willing to do what it takes to maintain its position of power, right? So, where, I'm thinking about Pete Buttigieg as one specific example, but I think we have a long way to go before culturally we actually also start to question, for instance, the motivations of HRC or the task force and so on. I'm not sure I'm answering your question.
Yeah, I mean, I think part of it, this has added to the things you were already saying at the beginning about how you confront this landscape in which you have experienced historically a far right that has been homophobic in the sense that it attempts to materially eliminate the lives of queer people, and that forced some sort of polarization and addressing their homophobia as kind of the strategies of a queer movement that wants to become visibilized, and that how this has changed with time. So like it leaves us with the question of whether addressing homophobia in itself is politically productive, right?
Yep, right, exactly. And I think that the task ahead for us is to say homophobia is just one of the problems. But it's not. So I want to, I think I'm really glad you brought that up, because I was listening to the news today about the Proud Boys, which is this extreme right-wing group in the US, part of, I think, one of the groups that was involved in the Capitol raid on January 6th, for instance. And that we know is extraordinarily right-wing, and everything that you can, connect to the right-wing sort of resides in the Proud Boys, for instance. Right? But there's all of this talk now about white supremacy and why that's a problem, and racism is a problem, and so on.
Do not ever do this on my feed ever. No fucking Fed posting in my chat. No fucking Fed posting in my replies. If you ever do this again, I will ban you.
But it's actually not. I mean, it is a problem, but the white supremacy argument, right? That white supremacy is what is imperiling this country to the largest extent. That's not actually true, because we have structural problems in this country, right, and across the world, which are not born out of white supremacy or the marginalization of various peoples. They're born out of systems that are so depraved that they don't value human life unless that human life can be configured in, can be valued in material ways.
Capitalism.
So
material
to focus so much on white supremacy in this country is an easy way out, I think, right now for a lot of people, because they can also then keep the focus on Trump. Right? So a lot of people in this, and I'm getting to the point about homophobia in this roundabout way, but just to sort of expand on, the last 4 years, people in this country, the sort of broad left has focused on Trump as the problem. Trump's racism, Trump's, misogyny, and the misogyny and racism of his followers, etc. It allowed them to conveniently forget that everything that Trump did was because the ground had been laid by, for instance, the Obama administration and many others before him, right? So babies in cages, everyone was going on about babies in cages. And there were these photographs circulated of children having been wrenched away from their parents and being placed in cages. And then much to people's, chagrin, it turned out that those photographs of babies in cages were from the Obama administration. right? So, and the point I'm trying to make there is, I think we are running into the same issue with questions around homophobia, where I think talking about homophobia as intensely as the mainstream gays in particular would like us to talk, right? Or talking about, okay, let's look at, for instance, I think the best issue to talk about in relation to this is the question of what is happening with trans murders, right? So right now there's a necessary conversation about the fact that many trans people are killed, and not just killed. I mean, there's overkill. Eric Stanley writes about the overkill of the trans party, that they're not just killed, but then they're dismembered, they're disposed of in horrible ways, and so on. So it's not so much, so the focus is on the fact that trans people are being killed for who they are, right? So it's transphobia, or it's homophobia and gay people are being killed, but but that somehow there's this intense transphobia that leads to the deaths of so many trans people. That is true, but the reason that so many trans people are always are always in danger of such violent, vicious deaths, right? The reason for that is because we have excluded them from all other systems of support.
Capitalism.
So and the reasons for that is because, so for instance, we have the...
All right, I gotta go pee again, guys. Tell me if I miss anything, I'll be right back.
Horrendous anti-sex work laws, right? We have systems of housing discrimination, right? So there is no way to ensure, even if on paper we say, well, you cannot discriminate against somebody for sexual and gender identity and so on, it's actually really easy to do that. You can get away with it. We have, in this country, we have no support system for people who are homeless. We have no healthcare system, etc. So what that means is that the average trans person, who is not, for instance, Caitlyn Jenner, right? But the average trans person, upon coming out, immediately is cast out into a terribly dangerous system, which often involves street work and so on. Those are the conditions that leave them vulnerable to extreme hostility and to death, right? But talking constantly, as we do right now, right, about transphobia allows us to forget all of that. So now, for instance, there's all of this celebration of the fact that Joe Biden is now letting trans soldiers back into the military, which is actually transphobic. In my mind, that is transphobic, because it is essentially saying that we can now deploy this extraordinarily marginalized community of people, in our wars. And we talk about, oh, well, it allows trans people to have access to healthcare, and it allows them access to basic resources, to education. Why? Why must a trans person in particular sign themselves up for, death, basically, in order to perhaps survive in some way? So
I'm back.
As with homophobia, I think transphobia
right,
has become a way to occlude and forget about the vast systems of exploitation, of marginalization, of deep deathery and violence, really,
oh yeah,
that trans people are part of, right? So, and that's a lot like what's happening, I think, in this country with this conversation around white supremacy, for instance. Of course white supremacy exists. Well, of course, yes, absolutely. But it exists in a country where, if you're not born into, I don't know, at least the upper middle class,
capitalism,
your chances of even having $400 in savings are nil. I mean, this country is a complete failure. But to talk about transphobia, homophobia, white supremacy, all of that also allows us, and then of course it allows, good liberals and lefties to feel good about themselves, by putting up whatever, flags and turning their little profile boxes black on certain days, etc.
The fucking flags, the pride flags, and the social media virtue signaling, that was the liberals. That was the neoliberals that they've been shitting on in this entire presentation. That was Pete Buttigieg. That was his type. It wasn't them using the fucking trans or the pride flags. It was the Democrats and the liberals.
Right? We have all of that. But the systems
to criticize Biden. Yep.
The systems within which LGBTQ people are born in this country are murderous systems.
Capitalism,
Murderous, absolutely
Yeah.
horrific.
Yeah, it's like it kind of makes this game of dematerializing something which at the beginning tried to address the material conditions that produce this exclusion and reduce this to a cultural phenomenon. And then when building the history of the queer community, if you want to sustain a historical continuation of ongoing reduction of homophobia, then you have to kind of make up these cultural forms of queer life that are like emerging. And like at the end, if you look at history, you see that this is always changing and it's so contingent. And I wouldn't venture myself to make that claim that we have gone through a progressive stages of reducing homophobia. I understand how this can be politically useful to articulate in a particular campaign to achieve something, and then how do you have to sometimes maybe move away from that and try to confront the situations or the issues that you're facing in the moment in a different way. And I think that, I mean, what you were explaining is very, very clear in my head about how this actually becomes at the end a completely other discussion about what's going on, instead of actually making people question why these people are being murdered, why these people are being excluded. And so there's another thing I wanted to talk about. So you've written about this culture of addressing sexual harm, and as well as this like non-political mobilization of sex among some like radical queers or whatever. And so I understand that your critique for this like non-political sex is a warning about warning that some sexual inflated discourses of the lack of political don't have any political content in itself. So like you say, I have this very radical way of engaging in sex, but why is the politics behind that actually? Why are you suggestion? And like your critique of like the culture of sexual harm, or the addressing sexual harm constantly, is that it reduces some sort of like, it's what you were explaining also now, like reduces a very complex issue to a set of like circumstances beyond control and understanding. And then when it's coupled with trauma politics, it covers itself with some sort of like presumed systemic analysis that actually is not a systemic analysis. So you've mentioned that, and you can elaborate more about this if you want. Then apart from that, it doesn't really produce any program or tool for organizing, and it doesn't really produce a critique of capitalism or the material conditions of our existence, let's say. So I think you have some interesting things to say about this, and you can elaborate more, as I said before. But I am also interested about something that came up in another conversation we have with Max Fox, and I've been thinking about that, which is related to the idea of in which ways sex is important, or what sex has to say for us. So if like sexual harm and trauma politics are not politics, and the sexual transgressiveness is not like transgressive in itself, in which way do you think we can understand sex politically? So what is the political meaning of sex, if there is any? How it's interesting for us.
Right.
And it links in a way to this idea of homophobia that we just discussed, because so it's like not only that the idea of trauma politics demands this kind of constant elaboration of homophobia and the context in which it happens, like this kind of like ambivalent relation of like, in order to be traumatized, there has to be something that is creating this trauma. So like the whole narrative is built there. So moving away from that, like the questions, maybe like what set of questions we can make if we're thinking about sex. So like, what is really telling us that the far right politicians are worried about this particular form of same sex, and not about another ones or these particular cultural forms? Because of course, like within the far right parties, there are people having same sex, homosexual people, and like I presume that they don't have anything in particular about this. I don't know. What do you think about this?
Right. So to unpack some of that, I'll start with saying that one of the women who was arrested during the January 6th, whatever it is,
the January 6th, whatever,
is in a polyamorous relationship. Laughed out loud because I've been saying for years, your sex does not make you radical, and this is not to say that polyamory makes you, an extreme right-wing person.
This is what I've been explaining to you guys. Polyamory is queering the nuclear family. That is not to say that everyone who is polyamorous is a queer Marxist. But a lot of people who are queer Marxists are polyamorous, and they're laughing at the people who are not queer Marxists but engaging in polyamory because they're like, oh, ha, ha, you can find this anywhere. But the thing of it is, they are doing polyamory as a political act. That's what people need to understand. It's why queer people look strange. They are having strange haircuts and strange tattoos as a political act. It is to show their political ideology. People who are maybe more right-leaning, who are polyamorous, and yes, there are more of those than you might think, they are not doing polyamory as a political act. They're doing it because they're making a lifestyle choice, and that's just the way it is. They are not doing polyamory to make some sort of political statement about who they align with. These people are doing polyamory as a political act to say, I am an anti-assimilationist Marxist that wants to overthrow these propertied relationships. Polyamory is when you have a relationship with more than one person, essentially.
But it's just proof that, whom you fuck has nothing to do with whether or not you fuck up capitalism, right? That is the most important thing.
Whom you fuck has nothing to do with whether or not you want to fuck up capitalism, because it's always about overthrowing capitalism. Queer is about abolishing capitalism. Again.
Been saying for years, your sex does not make you radical, and this is not to say that polyamory makes you, an extreme right-wing person, but it's just proof that, whom you fuck has nothing to do with whether or not you fuck up capitalism, right? And that is the most important thing. So I just wanted to sort of stop.
That's the most important thing, whether or not you fuck up capitalism.
With that, and you said something about Max Fox and sexual harm. So are you referring to an incident he discussed, or is just a set of ideas?
No, it was just like we were discussing about the way in which sex can tell us something about politics, or in which way we can derive political ideas from sex.
I would say no. So I would say that sexual practice has nothing to do with politics. Okay, so and that sounds so broad, right? And sort of dismissive. I think there is a tendency on the part of the left to constantly, and I don't know if this is where, you guys were going, but there's a tendency on the part of the left to constantly want to recover sex as somehow liberatory in some way, that because I'm so interesting in what I do sexually, surely that is somehow, right, liberatory in other ways. It's not. I'm sorry, but again, the Nazis loved bondage, and not to bring up the old cliche, let me tell you what the Nazis did. I don't mean to do it that, but I mean,
Oh my.
all of
my.
There's no, I think what we have to investigate is the obsession with locating politics on the plane of the body. That is something I think we have to start to really question and critique. I think we have to admit that, yes, there are ways in which, so for instance, drag. No one wants to talk about drag anymore, but let's talk about drag, right? Drag has been an interesting radicalization of gender politics. And we know this. I think this is, classic queer theory, blah, blah, blah. And yes, that is in some ways connected with destabilizing perhaps the power of the state to surveil certain bodies, right? So gender, for instance, or perhaps even sexual practice, let's say certain sexual practices. So I think on that level, what you do in terms of sexual practice has nothing to do with politics. However, there are forms of sexual practice and sexual life that have been, that are not discussed, and that if we were to focus on those, we would see how sex and the body are actually connected to political power regimes. Let us talk about sex offender registries. Let us talk about sex offenders. A few years ago, Florida passed this law that basically gave voting rights to felons. I don't remember the exact date, we can look it up. It was a huge deal, especially for prison abolitionists. A lot of celebration, rightly so, because as you know, again, this country is so mired in such horrible politics, and we somehow actually think that, ex-felons don't even deserve, to vote. So that was a big deal. The only people left out of that was sex offenders. It didn't matter if you had been found to not be guilty, and I don't even want to go into the whole who's guilty and who's not, and who's an acceptable sexual predator. And there are people on sex offender registries who haven't actually committed acts of sexual violence, but they're still called sex offenders and cast out of society because of the technical definition. I'm not even going to get into that because I don't like these kinds of, I don't like always drawing distinctions between good and bad. I don't like all of that. But let's just talk about the fact that sex offenders were just left out. No one would touch that, right? Now, it's different in Europe, but in the United States, if you are placed on a sex offender registry, whether you're placed there because you actually raped a child, or whether you're placed there because you peed in front of a school. I mean, this is the wide range of, this is how ridiculous it is in this country. This is how easy it is to be classified as a sex offender and to be placed on a registry. If you're placed on a sex offender registry in this country, your life is over. Your life is over. Unless you have access to family wealth in the millions, your life is over. You can barely exist. You will probably never find a job. You're not allowed to live in most places. There are all kinds of restrictions about where you can live, et cetera, et cetera. Your life is pretty much over. It's absolutely over. I've written a long article for the Windy City Times about LGBTQ sex offenders and what happens to them, which is, double and triple the horror. So if we're going to talk about sex, if we're going to talk about sexual practices, if we're going to talk about what people do with each other, we need to start interrogating how certain sexual practices or lives or inclinations continue to be not only marginalized, but blighted, and to be, certain lives are destroyed. And none of these people who are talking about, how liberatory it is to be in a polyamorous relationship and how liberatory it is to be in a whatever, to perform certain sex. None of them are talking about this issue. And until you talk about that, you cannot talk about sexual politics and liberation in the same way. So prison abolitionists have been completely silent for the most part, except for people like Erica Miners and God bless her, Judith Levine have written about sex offenders and queerness and all those issues. But prison abolitionists have been largely silent about this very critical issue. The number in terms of how many people are on sex offender registry, I don't have the number off the top of my head, but people can look it up. It is massive, and it's been increasing every year. And it was the one, in 1992, I think, it was the last time that NAMBLA, the North American Man-Boy Love Association, which is the controversial, quote unquote, it's often portrayed as a pedophilia association, etc. It was the last time they were allowed to march in gay pride in New York City. There was a lot, and then there was a huge furor. People were outraged. And until then, it had been fine for them to be included. What that does is anyway, I mean, I want this to be more of a conversation about this, but I guess what I'm trying to say, and tell me if this is making sense, is that when queers and other people talk about sex and fucking and sexual practices, they sort of assume that merely the way you fuck people is somehow in itself about liberation, but they're completely avoiding the ways in which certain kinds of sexual practices or definitions of what counts as sex, right? Certain kinds of all of that actually are very much part of this tyrannical system that brutalizes and erases people's lives. And that is connected, to how capitalism operates, to marginalize certain people, and also to create divisions between.
About capitalism. I'm not even going to go into the whole NAMBLA thing because I know every conservative sensibility just flared up and you all went, pedo, 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 in your brain. It has nothing to fucking do with that. What she's trying to say is this has nothing to fucking do with that. She has spent the last hour saying it has nothing to do with who you fuck. It literally has nothing to fucking do with that. It has to do with upholding the system of capitalism. That is what this is about. So I need everyone to rein in their fucking conservative feelings right now, because this has nothing to do with pedophilia.
I mean, you can't talk about NAMBLA these days. You can't talk about, without being called a pedophile. Go ahead, sorry, Alex.
No, I was just going to say that, I mean, in the same way that the sort of, if we look at what happened to cruising practices and public sex and this, that can tell us something about gentrification.
Thank you.
Sex offender registries can tell us something about, the prison industrial complex. But that doesn't mean that the practice of cruising, that we can derive some sort of ethics or politics from it. Those are two different things. And I don't even know what this also came up with Max. I don't know why this is so.
He's saying it's two different issues. He's saying we can't derive some sort of politics from this. We're not even talking about that. We're talking about this thing over here.
Controversial. It's a very just standard Foucauldian move to say talking about sex won't liberate you. That was somehow the basics of queer theory, yet somehow.
But that's the part of queer theory everyone wanted to ignore. I mean, a lot of people, as you guys know better than I do, because I haven't read my Foucault in far too long and I need to return to him. But as you guys know, right, Foucault, people read him conveniently. they pick and choose parts of Foucault that they want to use, and then they sort of ignore the fundamental questions that he's throwing up about power. What is power? What is the state?
Capitalism means power.
I recently, I'm almost embarrassed about how much Foucault I've read sort of during my time in higher education. But I mean, I spent so much time with Foucault in undergrad and postgrad, and only recently did someone send a piece to me about what Foucault was writing at the time about pedophilia, in line with a lot of sexual liberationists. And of course, a lot of what they said was,
here we go.
Would be considered a political faux pas today, to say the least. But I mean, and Max Fox said this as well in our talk with him. If we think about the courage to write about and touch certain topics today in the academy, there's a big gap between what they were sort of. Anyway, sorry, Felix, did you want to jump in? Do you have anything else to say?
Yeah, I mean, no, I think all of you were just touching upon things that were interesting. I do agree, or my current position, and I think it's done for a while already, is that whatever sex you do doesn't have anything to do with the way you fuck capitalism, as you were saying, which is really interesting. And it's kind of so my way of approaching the question was also addressed to exactly this idea of either you think that sex is going to give you some sort of ethical directions to the way you work on it.
Foucault is one of the major contributing forces behind the academic understanding of queer Marxism. He is not the only one, but he is one of them. Hey, have they mentioned Kinsey at all? No, they haven't. Literally, shut the fuck up. I'm putting you in another timeout. This is the lady, this is actually the second timeout I've put you in the last 15 minutes because you keep making shit up. If you continue to make shit up in my chat, the next time I'm going to put you in a timeout for 24 hours. If you come back from that, I will ban you if you keep making shit up in the chat. You need to learn to rein in your inclination to literally make shit up that has not been said. Has anyone mentioned Kinsey? No? Kinsey was a capitalist. They're not influenced by Kinsey. Conservatives are obsessed with Kinsey because conservatives are obsessed with anything that offends their fragile fucking sensibilities. You don't ramble about random shit in class just to sound smart because you actually end up looking really fucking stupid. Has nothing to do with Kinsey at all. Literally nothing to do with Kinsey, but for some reason the conservative retards are bringing it up because their sensibilities are offended.
Emancipate yourself from what already, like, from what exactly we don't know, really. Like, there is no such a thing, like, from some sort of eternal abstract will to dominate.
That's like our fifth time
But
out.
you know what
We've been
will,
more than
like,
lenient.
what are the
Like,
intentions of
shake
that
the
will
fuck
to
up.
dominate and control you, where they come from, like, what are the politics behind, what are the political interests, the political configurations that are actually pretending to control you. And then there's another thing in which I was thinking along this, which I've maybe talked to Alex all the time as well, that, and it came like when Alex just said about gentrification and like cruising spaces, for instance. So like, what does it tell us? That places where particular sexual acts are taking place are erased, and why those and not others? What does it tell us about creating some sort of legislations that ban public sex at the same time when housing is increasingly inaccessible for people? So like, what kind of social structures are you gonna fall into? Not the fact that you are engaging in sex with someone that has the same gender or another gender or whatever gender they have, but it's more about, like, that's the way in which sex, in my opinion, becomes something important to question politically in a way. And like, by tracing these changes, maybe you can learn something, not that much about what individual people do with their lives as a form of radical transgression, which I think is interesting, it's fun, it's good to live, like, if you want to live this way, it's great. Like, I also enjoy that, and I've like, but I don't, like, that's the thing, like, what is the politics behind? What is the political program behind all the interesting questions we make? So it's kind of like trying to, the idea, I guess, is that if you're so interested about this, let's then talk about something else as well, right? So let's take this point of sex that we find it so interesting and go beyond
Right.
where it's actually taking us.
Right, right.
We might almost say that sex is politicized, but sex doesn't politicize.
Yes,
right?
right.
How you have
Exactly,
sex isn't very meaningful, but what sex is
Absolutely. Yeah, exactly. You know, in Chicago, I used to live in Uptown, which is up north and is now much whiter than it used to be, and near an area called Andersonville, which is really white and very, very gay. And what is interesting is that every time, so there's a place that's Chicago, Uptown, Andersonville, mostly white, gay. And then there's Humboldt Park, which is on the west side, which has been mostly Latino for the most part for many years, right? And a lot of gay men will go to Humboldt Park to score their drugs. You know, they'll slum it. Or sometimes they'll have, you know, if the men from Humboldt Park come up north and they drive in their very particular kinds of cars, etc., they're immediately snagged by police, right? As long as gay men can, you know, but the gay men who do drugs inside, and this is not to stigmatize drugs or anything like that, but it's just to make these points, which is to say white gay men can have the Latino drug dealers come up the back stairs and deliver, you know, stuff That's fine. The cops are not looking at that at all. What they're looking at is the Latino guy in the car driving through Uptown and daring to even be there. I've seen this frequently where the cops will just stop someone for no other reason than, there's a very specific kind of car, there's a kind of person driving it, and he's not supposed to be there. Chicago, just for context, for people who don't know, Chicago is an extraordinarily segregated plantation city. It's very, very tight about how it, how it controls who comes in and goes out of certain neighborhoods, etc. So there's that whole thing about, sex and politics and recreational activities, right? All of that. And how all of that is bound up with gentrification, etc. And I think that's that sort of thing is what we need to be talking about much more, rather than, yes, are we having fun, or are we being subversive? Is this something that's rupturing some idea of respectability? Well, maybe it isn't, maybe it isn't, but that's not really the point. Which is not to say, I've written about queers and friendship and sex, and I've, pointed out. And I think it is important to note that we have, as queer people, we have come up over many, many years with ways of responding to each other and relating to each other outside the usual dyads of, lover, boyfriend, etc. And there's a queerness to our relationships. And I think it's important for other people to think about, etc. Sure, all of that is important. But yeah, when push comes to shove, whom you fuck has nothing to do with how you fuck up capitalism. That has to be what you think about. And I think you brought up trauma as well, Felix. This question of trauma. Trauma has become, again, it's become this cohering element within the queer radical community, and it's really bizarre because now it's as if you don't exist if you don't have a trauma that you can explicate and lay out as a narrative, right? And that trauma narrative of yours precedes your existence in any group, for instance. It's quite strange, and it's, and that has to do a lot, with questions around gender, with questions around the legibility of queerness, right? How are queers made legible now is through trauma,
What do you think they mean? You've been watching enough of my content. What do you think they mean? Given everything that I have already taught you, and you've been on enough streams to know this now, what do you think they mean when they say the neighborhood has gotten much whiter? What do you think they mean? I'm waiting for Devil Bunny to answer. What do you think they mean? The answer is always the same, guys. It doesn't change. No. You're not listening. This makes me believe you aren't listening. What have I repeatedly taught you, not only in this stream, but in literally every single stream that I do? What do you think they mean? Do you think this is some exception to every single thing that I've taught you on every single stream that you watched? Do you think that somehow this is the exception to what they mean? You should be able to answer this, Devil Bunny. You really, really should. What do you think they mean when they say the neighborhood has gotten whiter? There is no reason you should not be able to answer this question. There really, really isn't. I have repeatedly said it in this stream. I have repeatedly said it on every stream I've done on this topic for the past several years. No, you're not listening. You're not listening. Try again. You're not listening. Try again. Have I said anything about what? No, you don't. 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 Do you know how I know? Because you're still referencing skin color. So no, you don't understand. Try again. Well, no, you want to take your toys and go home, that's your business, but either you're going to learn or you can do whatever you want. But you should absolutely bro. People have literally given you the answer in the chat. They've literally given you you're arguing with me because you didn't learn it the first time. You're confused because you're not listening. You're confused because you're not listening to me. You're confused because you're not listening to other people in the chat. When she says whiter, she means gentrified. Well, no. You're no. You have watched enough of my streams, bro. Stop making excuses. Stop making excuses right now. Do not. Oh, I am? Oh, no. Oh, no. Time out. The only reason, by the way, Double Bunny, you just got put in a timeout instead of getting permanently banned on the channel for disrespecting me on my fucking stream is because I know you've donated to me before. That's literally the only reason. If you had literally been a person who didn't recognize your name, you would have just gotten permanently banned for disrespecting me and disrespecting my roles and disrespecting my classroom on my fucking stream. If you come back from that timeout and you whine and complain in any way, you will be permanently banned. This is a classroom. If you are not here to learn, get the fuck out. When she said the neighborhoods got whiter, she meant they got gentrified. She meant they got richer. It has nothing to do with skin color. If black people that are rich moved into the neighborhoods and they threw up a bunch of fucking condos, they would be called fucking white. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Bye, permanent ban, go away.
But Alex, you look like you were about to say something.
No, sorry, my dad just tried to enter the room. It's something that I can't. Sorry. Didn't want to
No worries.
I thought the example with Chicago was, I mean, really, like it's about property relations. You know, like this is it's not that's
literally he just said it. This is about property relations. Yes. It's about buying property. It is about capitalism. It is about the bourgeois, the property owner.
Okay.
No, sorry, my dad just tried to enter the room. It's something that I can't. Sorry. Didn't want to
No worries.
I thought the example with Chicago was, I mean, really, like it's about property relations. You know, like this is it's not that's anyway. The final thing that I wanted to jump in with you was about the neoliberal university. You have been sort of scathing in your, and just like honest, you've been real about, you know, what's up at university. You've basically said what lots of people know is true, but don't sort of dare to say, often because they're affiliated with the university. But my impression over the last year was that the leading voices within academia, the people who we sort of look to, didn't have much to say during the sort of mass uprisings and Black Lives Matter riots. And I'm not talking about, you know, like.
Okay, I've explained this before, but just in case people are new and they've never heard me explain this, it is true that academics within the university are extremely leftist. It is not true that the administration is leftist. So academics within the university who are typically professors hate the administration because the administration are not anti-capitalist, the administration are not socialist, the administration are the people that are running the universities. There is typically a contentious relationship between the faculty member, which these people are the faculty, and the administration at what they call the neoliberal capitalist university, because they believe the universities are run to uphold capitalism by producing good workers for the capitalist system. That's why they're shitting on the university, even though they themselves are university professors. They still shit on the university because the university, the neoliberal university, upholds capitalism, whereas they want to overthrow capitalism.
I'm talking about the tenured professors who have like much less at stake than many others.
Oh my God, why is it that conservative retards are so willfully ignorant? Excuse me, everyone hates their bosses. Not for this reason, asshole. Hey, J Doe, please explain to me what I just explained to you in the chat. I want you to repeat for me what I literally just explained in the chat. We're going to wait for this. We're going to stop the entire stream just for you. Please explain to me specifically what I just took the time to explain to you in the chat. And then you responded by saying, everyone hates their bosses. Explain to me what I just explained to you. Go. We're going to sit here and wait just for you, bro. Let's see if you were listening, or if you were just waiting to talk, to have a remark, to own the libs, to make yourself feel morally superior. Explain to me. Oh, exactly. Oh no, you weren't fucking listening. Oh no, looks like you're gonna have to rewind the stream and learn again because I'm sure as shit not wasting any more time on you. And in the meantime, I'm gonna put you in a 5-minute timeout for running your mouth instead of fucking listening to what I was saying, because obviously you learned nothing because you weren't fucking listening. You were chatting in to own the libs.
Even politicians, but they were relatively silent, and they didn't come out with the sort of support that we would have hoped for. There was this one afternoon we were in lockdown, and I was just listening to podcasts while doing the dishes, and I listened to a podcast where the riots were kicking off in the U.S. and Judith Butler was promoting her book on nonviolence. And I listened to that whole podcast, and then it immediately went over into the next podcast, which was about...
Are you serious? Are you serious? Oh, Devil Bunny is about to get banned everywhere, isn't she? Oh no, hang on. Now I have to stop the stream to go over to the fucking Discord to ban her? Oh, that's gonna go real fucking well. That's gonna go real fucking well. I'll tell you that. Hang on, where is she complaining in the Discord? What channel is she complaining in the Discord? What channel is she complaining in the Discord? Where can I see this? Not that there's a fuck ton going on in the Discord, but... What channel is she complaining in the Discord? General? I didn't see her under general, but maybe I just didn't see it. Hang on. I thought me. Oh my god. Can everyone go over to the Discord and tell that bitch off? And then I don't like being demeaned in public. I will not tolerate bullies. In fact, I'm going to take a picture of this and we're going to use it as an example. And we're going to go back and permanently ban Devil Bunny now on the channel because you want to whine in my fucking Discord. Do you guys want to see what this bitch just posted in my fucking Discord? Do you guys want to see the full screenshot? Let me show you. We're going to do a little dramatic reading for Devil Bunny in the Discord, who apparently forgot where the fuck she was. God damn. Can you believe this shit? Can you actually believe this shit? I just got off work and rushed to your chat, and I got told because I was not listening to Queer Marxists, I don't like being yelled at in public and belittled. I suggest you not treat only your dedicated followers better, but people in general. I understand you have been treated badly, but you should not become a bully because of it. I do not and will not tolerate bullies, so I'll kindly be on my way. I just wanted you to know you lost a dedicated follower. She gave me about $5, just so you know. This is not someone who gave me hundreds of dollars. This is not. I have people in the chat right now who have donated literally thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars to me. I'm not gonna sweat the fact over one fucking thin-skinned fucking retard who has donated $5 fucking to the channel. Take your $5 and shove it up your ass. Seriously. I was a dedicated follower. I will not tolerate that disrespect. I'm sure you understand. I was taught that every question is a good question, and not everyone has time and money to research. Was so angry, her chat is fucking filled with typos. So yeah, we're going to be banning her everywhere. If people want to berate her in the Discord right now before I ban her there, that's totally fine. You have my blessing to do it. Can you fucking imagine? Can you fucking imagine interrupt it? Like being so fucking ridiculous that you think it's acceptable to interrupt my fucking Socialism Saturday to whine and complain about your fucking feelings? Can you fucking imagine? Dedicated follower equals didn't understand that whiteness means capitalism, which you learned on your very first stream and apparently refused to fucking learn. refuse to take any sort of feedback, refuse to take any sort of correction, refuse to answer any sort of question. Loki learned what whiteness means. Most people in the chat have learned what whiteness means. This is what I have to deal with conservatives all the fucking time. So you don't miss her? No, I don't think I'm gonna. No, thank you. It's making up for the $5. Thanks, Suzanne. Look, grown ass adults acting worse than children. Thy name is the conservative right. Grown, that should be the tagline for the fucking MAGA movement. Grown ass adults acting worse than children. For fucking real. How the fuck did she think this was gonna work out in her favor? I have no idea.
Oh gosh, what's her name? I think Vicky Osterweil wrote a book in defense of looting, and she's a writer. I don't even think she's affiliated with the university. And the contrast was so stark to me. And I remember thinking, where are our leaders in academia? Where are where are queer leaders that we look up to? Why aren't they saying anything? I wonder if this was your impression and what your thoughts on this, because I know you've been looking at the developments within sort of the corporatization of the university in sort of the longue durée.
Right, sure. And the first thing I want to say, because I think a lot of people think that I criticize the university because I want to be part of it, and I'm not. And I just want to be clear to everyone and say that I actually left because I realized that I wasn't able to write, which is why I left, my conventional university job at great risk to myself in ways that I can't go into right now. But I still think I perhaps stupidly and too idealistically, I still think of the university as a place with the potential for, if not radical, at least deeply interesting work, and I always say that my PhD was the best thing I ever did in my life. Honestly, it was, because it just gave me tools that I carry with me in all my work. The reason that I can write pieces about shit and about sexual politics is because I can go into any topic, and I'm able, because of those years of learning how to do research, etc., I'm able to do that kind of work and to think in interesting ways, which is not to say that you have to have a PhD to do that. My utopia is a world where...
Listen, man, I tend to be more tolerant when people support my work of bullshit. I really do, because I understand that the support means something, but not when that support is a $5 fucking channel membership one time. Like the amount of conservatives that think I owe them something because they gave me $5 one time in a super chat or a channel membership is ridiculous. You gave me what did you give me? 20 channel memberships, like $100 tonight. You've done that many times before. I'm going to be much more, if you have a retard moment, I promise you, I'm going to be much more tolerant of you than I would of that fucking piece of work. But it's just like, it's this fucking notion that you're entitled to something because you are, like, I think you understand this, and I think most people here understand this. This is a classroom. In order to learn things, you need to actually engage in the process of learning. If you are going to get your feelings hurt because someone gives you a correction and says, I need you to actually answer this question to prove that you've been listening, it's like, I just don't even know what to say. Like, welcome to being in a classroom, man. That is what it is. W Chitalago, I appreciate the membership. Thank you. It's like, do these people think that the left is going to be nicer to them than I am? Do these people think that the queer Marxists are going to be nicer to them than I am? Okay, well, good fucking luck. Good fucking luck.
The tools that we give people during, a PhD, the duration of studying for a PhD, the tools that we give people should be available to everyone, right? So regardless of who you are and where you come from. But that's so just putting that aside. As far as, who are our queer leaders, I think we just need, so I'll give you this, I'm not sure it's an anecdote, but I'll just tell you this, which is that I have my original copy of Eve Sedgwick's Epistemologies, and was published, I think, in 1992, which is when I got it. And over the years, I would read and reread. And for some reason, I always found Sedgwick deeply annoying. This was long before I understood what queer radical politics, before it actually even became really political. And she was, of course, the goddess, right, for all of us. And every year I would read Sedgwick and I would make notes. And it got to the point where I realized I would have to date my comments just so that I would see my own trajectory of thought. And they got angrier and angrier as the years went by. At some point, I just started to say, oh, fuck this shit. So I have my ratty copy somewhere in storage. But the point I'm trying to make is that I think, queer theory in itself has never been politically radical. I think it has been interesting. So for instance, I do think, gender trouble, although that also derives from what people had already been practicing in life, the idea of disrupting gender norms. Yes, I do think
Gender
that
trouble
those
is Judith Butler.
deeply interesting. I think these distinctions between, for instance, homosexual versus homonormative versus, homoerotics and all of that. I think that all of that has entered the language, and I think that's interesting and important for us to be thinking in more complicated ways. But queer theory was never radical politically, other than simply asserting the queer as somehow inherently inherently a liberatory figure, and that's just never been true. Judith Butler is, whenever she talks about Palestine, I just start to yawn because she is such a profound liberal. I mean, her position on Palestine, for instance, is not particularly interesting.
Oh no, infighting among the queers, Judith Butler is a liberal? Tell us more, please.
Figure, and that's just never been true. Judith Butler is, whenever she talks about Palestine, I just start to yawn because she is such a profound liberal. I mean, her position on Palestine, for instance, is not particularly interesting. I think people are interested because they say, oh, look, here's this prominent gender theorist. She's talking about Palestine.
And by the way, just so people remember, this was back in 2021. So this was before October 7th. The left has always been on the Free Palestine bandwagon. This is not a post-October 7th talk. They've always talked about Palestine because they think Israel are the settler colonists that stole the land from the Palestinians and da-da-da-da-da.
And there was that moment, for instance, when there was this whole kerfuffle around CUNY, and Palestine and all of that, and she spoke up and blah blah blah, so that was important politically perhaps, but never been a particularly politically radical person at all, and I think that's true. So I think with what's happening now in terms of queer theory, I think is that you have the collapse of a university system, and you have many people within universities, unless you are at, say, Princeton or Harvard, right? Unless you're absolutely at a place, and I'm not saying top universities, I'm saying universities with the most amount of money. Unless you're at a place that is sitting on mounds and mounds and mounds of money, you are looking at your entire career possibly disappearing tomorrow. There are people who are waking up every month nowadays, finding out that their whole department is being wiped out, especially if you're in ethnic studies, gender women's studies, but even, liberal arts programs are literally being just dismantled. People are literally waking up to hear the news from their chairs that we don't exist as of tomorrow, right? I mean, this is only a slight exaggeration. So what's happened, I think, is that for a lot of people, they're staring into the maws of hell and they have to make themselves relevant. And then combine that with the constant celebritification of discourse in the United States in particular. So then you get people like Marsha Gessen in The New Yorker, who makes cult heroes out of people like Avital Ronell or Judith Butler, right? She writes this long profile of Butler. She wrote about Avital Ronell during that whole fracas at Columbia and so on. And Gessen doesn't really understand academic politics, right? So at one point, for instance, she wrote, Avital Ronell is a star. And my friend wrote to me and said, according to whom? In whose firmament? Like, who has been reading Ronell for years? But I guess my point I'm trying to make is that what's happening is that you have academia in general collapsing, and you have people, particularly in queer theory, now seems interesting 20 years after the fact, to people like Gessen and others who are part of that celebrity-making apparatus. For them, queer theory seems really interesting. Oh, look, where has this been? How wonderful. So the New York Magazine does this big profile of Judith Butler, for instance. Again, where that work has either stalled or is simply repeating itself within academia, for people outside it who are also looking for clickbait, who are also looking for new celebrities, I think queer theory in particular is providing some of that, right? Some of that material. But because we had said, we were sort of talking about this, I went online, I think yesterday and today morning, and I was just sort of Googling queer theory syllabi. And it's the same thing that people, like, I remember thinking, the texts haven't changed, which is fine, in every course around a certain discipline or whatever you want to call queer theory, there are obviously seminal texts, and then there's, but the questions haven't changed in queer theory, right? The questions are the same. What I do find interesting are queer studies. I think the field of queer studies is really vibrant. Shameless plug. For instance, books like my friend Eric Stanley.
You would not appreciate Vicky Osterwald's book. In fact, I know that because I read Vicky Osterwald's book, The In Defense of Looting. It's a fucking crazy book. That book is when I really started putting together that whiteness meant capitalism, and when they were talking about like BLM, it was really capitalism, and that meant private property, because if looting was okay, then they don't want private property to exist. Like that's when I started putting all that shit together. Vicky Osterwald, by the way, I saw Vicky Osterwald in person when I was undercover at the New York Anarchist Book Fair, because Vicky Osterwald was there, and Vicky Osterwald has gained a fuck ton of weight. I'll tell you that. Yeah, she's like the caterpillar, maybe a little bit. Like she is a little bit like the caterpillar, the lady on the video.
Edited collection, Trapdoor. I don't know if you can, on my screen it looks a mirror. Anyway,
I can see it. Yeah, I was gonna ask you if you have any shout outs for what people should be reading. I mean, Matilda Bernstein Sycamore you mentioned already.
Trapdoor. My friend and comrade Ryan Conrad is working in Canada currently and doing fantastic work around HIV laws. And by the way, speaking of the body, Felix, body, sexual practice, etc. We haven't spoken about HIV. We haven't spoken about the criminalization of HIV. I always had faith in my Canadian brethren. I thought, well, you're sort of the people we aspire to above us. You've got healthcare, you've got this. But for some reason that I can't quite comprehend, Canada has the worst laws in relation to HIV criminalization. And Ryan's been writing about that. In the US, Michael Johnson's case, which, to his credit, I often disagree with Stephen Thrasher, especially when he was always writing about gay marriage. But to his credit, the journalist and academic Stephen Thrasher is the only person who has been consistently writing about Michael Johnson, who's a Black gay man who was criminalized, well, basically for having slept with white gay men. I mean, that's really what it comes down to with it. So we haven't spoken about the criminalization of HIV. That's a huge issue. Ryan's been doing a lot of excellent research on that. I can send you links to all of that. But, trans issues, transcultural production and the politics of visibility. I think this is more about queer studies, or Karma Chavez's book, which is about queer and trans migration. And full disclosure, I have an essay in this, but this is about migration, politics, and queerness, but it's queer studies, it's not queer theory. Reagan. So it's located in what is actually happening in terms of what.
Okay, so queer studies is different than queer theory, because queer theory is like this intellectualization in philosophy, whereas queer studies is about what's actually happening. That's actually a good distinction. Conservatives like theorize about the left in theory when they don't even understand that, but we study the left based on what's actually happening. That's the difference between like left-wing studies, which is what I do, and conservative pontification and retardation, which is what conservative pundits do.
What's happening with queer bodies trying to make themselves
I actually think it's really appropriate to compare conservative retardation to queer theory. It's actually I think it's an apt analogy. Conservative retardation is to queer theory as left-wing studies is to queer studies.
borders. What are the issues? Whether it's gentrification, whether it's international laws, migration, COVID now, etc. Right? All of that. That is, I think, where the most interesting work is happening. Work around queers and gentrification, for instance, there's a lot of work around that. But queer theory, I think it has been enormously useful. It defined me for many years. I think it's not that we need to dispense with it, but I think it has run its course. I don't know what else you can do now with queer theory, which is why I think people like Butler have to enter that celebrity industrial complex as it were.
Oh, that's the only reason
Fantastic.
Butler did it. Huh?
Yeah, I don't have any more questions. Felix, did you have something to add?
That's the only reason Butler
No.
did it.
Just wanted to add that, just in case it sounds before that I am like an anti-sex person, I am not at all an anti-sex person.
No.
Just like sometimes when you make these kind of statements, it comes across like you're very fast polarized against it, and it's like, no, I don't have anything against it. I love that people enjoy it, and I love that
She does not
some
like
people
Judith Butler at all.
can have
That's
like
funny.
certain level of freedom in the way they engage in sex.
I wonder if her and Judith Butler got in a fight at some point, and I wonder if she was jealous that Judith Butler got more attention and became more famous, and that's why she's so shit-talking. I've never heard Judith Butler shit-talked so much in like a single presentation than what we're hearing in this presentation right now. This is funny.
Right.
And
No,
it's
absolutely.
like fact to say too, and that's it.
Right. And there is, something to be said about certain kinds of sexual practices and the public spheres that they can create. So a friend of mine was telling me when he was reading one of my pieces, I think the one about polyamory, but he said, I forget where he was, maybe in Paris or somewhere, but he was in this sex club, I think, and he said, we were all standing around watching this guy get fisted, and they were the two men were complete strangers to each other. And the rest of us were all strangers to each other as well. And at the end of it, there was this very tender moment, where I think it was the fister who perhaps, kissed the fisty very tenderly and then moved away. And there is something to be said for creating a sexual space that is not defined by the usual, are you married to this person, or do you have a relationship with this person to care for them, right? So that
Queering marriage means fisting someone in public and then having a tender moment after you publicly fist someone in front of an audience. Let's relive that masterpiece again, shall we? Let's just go back. A lot of these people are unironically involved in like hardcore, like, kink, leather, BDSM, sex clubs and stuff like that. That's actually very common among queer theorists. Is where a lot of their ideas come from.
And have like certain level of freedom in the way they engage in sex.
Right.
And
No,
it's like fact to say too, and that's it.
Right. And there is, something to be said about certain kinds of sexual practices and the public spheres that they can create. So a friend of mine was telling me when he was reading one of my pieces, I think the one about polyamory, but he said, I forget where he was, maybe in Paris or somewhere, but he was in this sex club, I think, and he said, we were all standing around watching this guy get fisted, and the two men were complete strangers to each other. And the rest of us were all strangers to each other as well. And at the end of it, there was this very tender moment, where I think it was the fister who perhaps, kissed the fisty very tenderly and then they parted and moved away. And there is something to be said for creating a sexual space that is not defined by the usual, are you married to this person, or do you have a relationship with this person to care for them, right? So that moment where two strangers are engaged in the sexual act among other strangers and yet express a tenderness and then part. There is something there, right, for us to think about. Like, what does it say about intimacy and public sphere? Absolutely. At the same time, at the end of the day, long term, right? I mean, those are moments of rupture, I think, that will take us to a better place, yes. But the bigger question for us has to be, right? What are the systems that we are forced to inhabit? And I'm thinking about
what are the systems? Capitalism.
Join the military, for instance, just to exist.
Yeah.
Just live. And I'm thinking about what happened to Chelsea Manning, who came out as trans and has yet to receive any real support from a lot of the trans veterans. I mean, in fact, they hate her. HRC even at one point came out against her, right? So whose bodies are we willing to accept and whom do we dispense with? Sex offender registries, you know, HIV among African Americans, among Black men, for instance, right? Those are the bodies that are criminalized. HIV among white gay men, it's all, you know, we must accept you and so on. Whose bodies do we, in terms of the body, you know, whose body do we accept and integrate, and whose bodies do we expel and marginalize?
Fantastic. I think Felix, we'll link all the books you mentioned in the description. And also, I just finally got around to reading Conflict is Not Abuse by Sarah Schulman, and she has a fantastic chapter on Canada and HIV.
Sarah Schulman is act up.
That sort of, contests a lot of the romantic visions that I think Americans have about the Canadian healthcare system and this and that.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much. This was so much fun. I really
All
enjoyed
right.
it.
Well, that was fun. That was fun. Guys, if you made it until the end, you just made it through a 5-hour queer Marxism marathon. People laughed. They cried. We expelled someone from the community for whining way too much to ever be able to speak in this community again. We yelled at conservative retards. We learned emphatically that queer Marxists never wanted gay marriage to be legalized. One in the chat if you learned something new in the course of this stream that you didn't know before we started. Hang on, let me put the chat on the screen. I don't know why I took it off. One in the chat if you learned something new in the course of this stream that you didn't know before. 2 in the chat if you knew all this already and this was a big waste of 5 hours of your time. Yep. Lots of people learned something new tonight. That's pretty fucking cool. That's pretty fucking cool. You know, the whiners and complainers can come in and whine and complain and try to disrupt the class and try to make it all about their fucking feelings. But at the end of the day, I got to teach hundreds of people tonight something that they didn't know before. And that's pretty fucking cool. That's pretty fucking cool. If queer theory is something that you're interested in, it is something we cover a lot on the channel. Queer theory, queer Marxism, all this stuff. This is absolutely the left's most dystopian ideology, but you must understand this to understand what the left is doing. Yeah, Ethan Ralph's body is literally queer theory. He hasn't posted any photos of himself. I can't imagine why. I posted photos of myself today and I said, here's the size clothes I'm wearing, Ethan. Can you please put on the same size clothes and then take pictures of yourself and you see how that goes? And you know, Ethan Ralph hasn't done it. He hasn't done it. I just don't, I just have to say it's disappointing, but not surprising. Guys, I want to remind you that if you are new to my work, again, make sure you access the new to my work on the Substack. Again, it's right up in the corner right here. And just so you guys know, I do take Sundays off on the channel. I can tell you this, I'm starting to come down with whatever my husband brought home. And so my husband was sick for like 3 straight days this week. I can already feel it. I'm coming down with it. I'm going to get sick. I'm planning on heading to bed right after this because I'm already feeling it. And so I can tell you that I'm going to try to push through and make sure we're there for the streams this week, but I will be taking tomorrow off. I definitely will be. I'm going to probably end up staying in bed. It's going to suck. But you know what? On the bright side, I'm probably not going to eat for at least 3 days after this. And that means I'll lose more weight, which means I'll be even thinner, which means Ethan Ralph can kiss my copious ass even more than he already could. I want to remind people that tomorrow night we are watching PCU in the supporter Discord. If you are a member of the channel, a member of my Substack, my locals, wherever else you support me, you get access to my supporter Discord. Please join us in the supporter Discord at 8 p.m. tomorrow. If you haven't got the link already, I will post it tomorrow to all the different things. So just look in the post section on YouTube tomorrow or in the chat on the Substack or wherever else. I will post the link to the Discord. If you can't find it, message me somewhere and let me know. I'll do my best to get it to you. But yeah, I'm going to try to make it for movie night tomorrow night. But I'm definitely planning on resting tomorrow because I can already tell I'm getting sick and that's going to fucking suck. Anyway, Anyway, we're watching PCU tomorrow night at 8 p.m. We are watching Fahrenheit 451 on Monday night at 9 p.m. for Mac B's movie night. I want to thank everyone that sent in a channel membership or a super chat tonight. You guys are the best. You help me do what I do. I can't do it without you. Thank you so much for allowing me to serve you. I really do appreciate it. Thank you guys for being an amazing class tonight. That was a lot of content. It was a lot of information. We had a couple meltdowns. That's true. We had to ban some people. That's true. But most people were here to learn, and I really do appreciate it, guys. I will see you minimally. I will try to come back on Monday if I'm not sick. But I will see you. I will see you tomorrow night in the Discord, and I'll give you an update there on the great illness of March 2026. And hopefully, I will see you guys on Monday. Take care, guys. Thanks for hanging out. We'll see you soon.
How are you feeling? How long have you been here?
3 months, May 17th.
And what brought you?
That's difficult to answer.
Would you give me some idea?
I am not completely like other people.
What do you mean by that?
People dislike me because I am not completely like them. I am trying to do with my life something which few people try to do, and this influences my thinking and consequently my action.
What is it you're trying to do with your life?
Play the piano for people.
I'm not clear. How is it that playing the piano for people has eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital?
That's difficult to answer.